the story of Al Capone and the City. Valentine's Day Massacre cannot be understood without first stepping into the heart of Chicago in the 1920s. This was a city alive with energy, money, and opportunity, but it was also drowning in corruption, fear, and violence. The stage for Capone's rise was not accidental. It was built by a perfect storm of law, greed, and desperation. At the center of this storm was Prohibition, the federal ban on alcohol that turned America's thirst into an underground empire of crime. In 1920, the 18th Amendment and the Volstead Act came into effect. On paper, the law was designed to end drunkenness, crime, and family destruction. In reality, it gave rise to one of the largest illegal industries in American history. The ban didn't stop people from drinking. It just pushed alcohol into the shadows, where gangsters found their gold mine. Speakeasies, or hidden bars, sprouted on nearly every corner. Ordinary citizens, politicians, and even police officers became regular customers. In Chicago alone, thousands of secret drinking establishments flourished, fueling both nightlife and organized crime. Chicago was uniquely suited for this new underground economy. Its central location made it a hub for transportation and distribution, while its growing immigrant population provided both a workforce and a customer base. The city's politics were notoriously corrupt, with aldermen, mayors, and law enforcement often turning a blind eye in exchange for bribes. With the right connections, gangsters could operate almost openly, confident that justice could be bought or intimidated into silence. This was the environment that allowed men like Johnny Torrio and later Al Capone to thrive. But before Capone's name dominated headlines, the city already pulsed with gang warfare. Ethnic divisions played a huge role in the rivalries. Irish, Italian, Polish, and Jewish gangs carved up territories, each claiming neighborhoods, businesses, and vice markets. The Irish often dominated the police and political machines, while Italian and Jewish gangs controlled the bootlegging supply lines. The competition for profits wasn't just about money. It was about pride, control, and survival. In Chicago, gang wars were settled not in courtrooms, but with Tommy guns and shotguns in the streets. The violence was staggering. Drive-by shootings, bombings, and assassinations became regular news. Newspapers sold thousands of copies by printing lurid details of bloody feuds. Ordinary citizens learned to live with the constant tension, avoiding certain neighborhoods after dark. Yet, for every act of violence, there was also a public fascination. Gangsters were both feared and admired, symbols of rebellion against unpopular laws. To many working-class immigrants, these men represented success in a society that often denied them legitimate opportunities. Politics only fueled the fire. Chicago's politicians were deeply entangled in the world of organized crime. Ward bosses and city officials relied on gang money for campaigns, and in return, they offered protection. Police departments were infiltrated with bribed officers who looked the other way during illegal liquor shipments or warned gangsters of upcoming raids. The system was so thoroughly corrupted that ordinary citizens joked about it, knowing that justice depended less on guilt and more on the size of one's wallet. This dangerous marriage between politics and crime made Chicago a city where the law was selectively enforced, creating the perfect breeding ground for a criminal empire. Into this volatile environment came Alphonse Capone, a young man from Brooklyn who would soon bend Chicago to his will. But in the early 1920s, Capone was still relatively unknown. The city's crime landscape was dominated by established figures like Deano Banyan of the North Side Gang and Johnny Torrio, Capone's mentor and eventual predecessor. Torrio had built a reputation for being both shrewd and strategic. Unlike hot-headed rivals, he preferred negotiation over open warfare, though he never hesitated to use violence when it was necessary. Torrio saw opportunity in Prohibition, and he was among the first to organize bootlegging on a massive scale, importing liquor from Canada and controlling distribution networks across Chicago. Prohibition created enormous profits. A single shipment of Canadian whiskey could turn into tens of thousands of dollars in revenue once it was delivered to speakeasies. Beer, wine, and hard liquor flowed constantly, and with each delivery, Torrio's empire grew. But wealth came with risk. Rival gangs wanted their cut, and politicians demanded their bribes. The constant tension created an environment where the only law that mattered was the law of power. Violence wasn't just a tool, it was a business strategy, a way to eliminate competition and send a message. This was the reality of Chicago in the 1920s, a city where bloodshed was as common as nightlife. The citizens of Chicago lived in contradiction. On one hand, they condemned the violence and feared gang wars. On the other, they lined up at speakeasies, enjoying the very product that fueled the chaos. Newspapers capitalized on the drama, turning gangsters into celebrities. Their crimes were front-page stories, their trials treated like theater, and their personalities dissected for public consumption. The press painted them as both villains and folk heroes. Readers devoured every detail, and in the process, men like Capone became larger than life figures even before they reached the peak of their power. It's important to understand that Chicago in the 1920s was not a lawless wasteland, but rather a city where the law itself was fractured. Federal agents tried to enforce prohibition, but they were vastly outnumbered. Local police were often on the payroll of the very criminals they were supposed to arrest. Courtrooms became battlegrounds of influence, with juries bribed or intimidated. When arrests did happen, charges often vanished or resulted in minimal sentences. The cycle of corruption allowed gangsters to operate with a level of confidence that bordered on arrogance. They were untouchable, or so it seemed. As the decade progressed, Chicago's identity became inseparable from organized crime. Jazz clubs, cabarets, and speakeasies defined the city's nightlife, attracting tourists and locals alike. Behind the scenes, every bottle of alcohol, every gambling den, and every brothel contributed to the wealth of criminal empires. Chicago was a city living two lives, one glamorous and full of energy, the other dangerous and soaked in blood. It was against this backdrop that Al Capone would rise, turning from a young immigrant with ambition into one of the most notorious figures in American history. But before his empire and before the massacre that would define his legacy, Chicago itself set the stage. The corruption, the politics, the culture, and the law all created a world where crime could flourish unchecked. This was not simply Al Capone's story. It was the story of a city consumed by its own contradictions. Chicago in the 1920s was a city where power was bought, violence was currency, and the line between lawman and outlaw blurred until it all but disappeared. And in that city, a young man named Capone was waiting for his moment. To understand Al Capone, the kingpin of Chicago's underworld, we must return to his beginnings in Brooklyn, New York. Alphonse Gabriel Capone was born on January 17, 1899, in a modest neighborhood of Brooklyn. He was the fourth of 9 children born to Gabriel and Teresa Capone, Italian immigrants from Naples. His father was a barber, his mother a seamstress, ordinary, hard-working parents who had left the poverty of southern Italy in search of the American dream. But for young Al, the dream would soon take a darker path. Growing up in Brooklyn at the turn of the century was no easy life. The Capone family lived in a crowded tenement, surrounded by other immigrant families trying to survive. Streets were filled with pushcarts, children at play, and the constant hum of working class struggle. For many immigrant boys, the streets became a school of their own, teaching lessons of toughness, loyalty, and survival. Al Capone was no exception. From an early age, he learned that strength and cunning could mean the difference between being prey or predator in a city that offered little mercy. Capone attended school, but education was never his strength. Teachers found him disruptive, quick-tempered, and resistant to authority. At the age of 14, he struck a teacher in the face and was expelled, never returning to formal education. With little chance of pursuing a traditional career, Capone turned to the world around him, the streets, where opportunity often came through crime. By his teenage years, he was already running errands for small-time gangs, learning the rules of power and respect in Brooklyn's underworld. It was during these years that Capone became associated with the 5 Points Gang, one of New York's most notorious criminal organizations. The gang had a reputation for violence, extortion, and protection rackets, and it produced many future underworld leaders. For a young Capone, the 5 Points were a training ground, teaching him discipline, loyalty, and the ruthless efficiency required to survive in the world of organized crime. Here, he also learned the value of connections, relationships that would later open the doors to greater opportunities. Capone's reputation began to grow. He was tough, but he was also smart. Unlike some of his hot-headed peers, he had a talent for organization and an understanding of how fear and charm could work hand in hand. However, his temper often betrayed him. In his early 20s, while working as a bouncer and bartender at a dance hall and saloon run by Frankie Yale, another rising gangster, Capone got into a fight with a man over an insult to a woman. The man slashed Capone's face with a knife, leaving 3 long scars. From then on, he carried the nickname Scarface, a moniker he despised, though it would become inseparable from his legend. Working for Frankie Yale gave Capone a front row seat to the mechanics of gang life. Yale's operations included protection rackets, prostitution, and alcohol smuggling, and Capone quickly proved himself useful. He managed doors, enforced discipline, and collected money. His natural ability to mix intimidation with charm made him stand out. Yet Brooklyn was crowded with ambitious young men, and Capone's true rise would not happen there. His destiny lay hundreds of miles away, in a city exploding with opportunity for men willing to seize it. Chicago. The connection came through Johnny Torrio, a powerful figure in the New York underworld and an associate of Yale. Torrio saw potential in Capone, recognizing both his toughness and his loyalty. When Torrio moved to Chicago to help his uncle, in-law Big Jim Colosimo, manage his brothels and gambling operations, he would later send for Capone. This invitation would change Isle's life forever. Chicago was not just another city. It was a place where entire empires could be built under the shadow of Prohibition. For Capone, it was the chance to step out of the crowded ranks of Brooklyn gangs and into a stage large enough to match his ambitions. In 1919, Capone left New York and arrived in Chicago. The timing could not have been more perfect. Prohibition had just gone into effect, creating a massive black market for liquor. Torrio was already maneuvering to dominate this new economy, and he needed reliable men to help him expand. Capone fit the role perfectly. Young, eager, and fearless, he was ready to prove himself in the rough and tumble world of Chicago crime. At first, Capone's duties were modest. He worked as a bodyguard, a driver, and an enforcer, handling the dirty work of Torrio's operations. But it didn't take long for him to make an impression. His ability to handle violent situations with calm efficiency, coupled with his skill in negotiating and organizing, made him invaluable. Torrio, who valued brains as much as muscle, began grooming Capone for greater responsibilities. Unlike many gangsters who relied solely on intimidation, Capone understood the importance of image. He was quick to cultivate a persona that mixed generosity with ruthlessness. To friends and neighbors, he could be kind and approachable. To rivals, he was a force of terror. Chicago suited Capone in ways that Brooklyn never could. The city was bigger, richer, and far more corrupt. Politicians were for sale, police could be bought, and judges could be swayed. The opportunities for profit were enormous, and Torrio's empire was expanding rapidly. Through smuggling networks from Canada, deals with breweries, and control over distribution, Torrio and his men supplied liquor to countless speakeasies. And with every shipment, with every bribe, with every violent elimination of rivals, Capone's status grew. Still, he was not yet the leader he would become. In these early years, Capone absorbed lessons from Torrio, observing how he balanced violence with diplomacy, how he built alliances, and how he used money as both a weapon and a shield. Capone learned that crime was not just about force, it was about strategy, timing, and vision. He was no longer just a street tough from Brooklyn. He was an apprentice to one of the sharpest minds in organized crime. By the early 1920s, Capone had secured his place in Chicago's underworld. He was trusted, respected, and feared. His scars, once a mark of humiliation, now became part of his legend. His Brooklyn past had shaped him into a fighter, but Chicago would shape him into a kingpin. Every step, every lesson, every violent encounter was preparing him for the moment when he would no longer stand in Torrio's shadow, but cast his own across the city. The boy from Brooklyn had found his stage. In the years to come, Al Capone would transform from an ambitious young gangster into the most notorious crime boss in American history. But for now, he was still climbing, still learning, still waiting. The streets of Brooklyn had given him toughness, the gangs had given him training, and Torrio had given him opportunity. Together, they forged the foundation of a criminal empire that would shake Chicago to its core. And so, with a scarred face, sharp mind, and ruthless ambition, Al Capone prepared for the future. A future that would place him at the center of one of the bloodiest chapters in American crime. Every great empire has its architect, and in the empire of organized crime in Chicago, Johnny Torrio was the man who laid the foundation. Before Al Capone became the face of gangsterdom in America, Torrio was the quiet mastermind who built the system that would allow Capone to thrive. He was not the loudest, nor the most violent, but he was one of the shrewdest criminal strategists of his generation. To understand Capone's rise, we must first understand Torrio, the mentor who shaped him, the leader who taught him, and the man whose eventual retreat opened the door for Capone to rule. Johnny Torrio was born in southern Italy in 1882 and, like Capone, immigrated to the United States as a child. His early years in Brooklyn mirrored many immigrant stories: poverty, struggle, and the search for belonging. But Torrio had a gift. He was calculating, patient, and disciplined. Unlike the reckless street thugs who made quick enemies and short careers, Torrio approached crime like a businessman. In his youth, he rose through the 5 Points gang in New York, the same organization where a young Capone cut his teeth. Torrio quickly developed a reputation for brains over brawn. He could fight when he needed to, but more importantly, he knew when to negotiate, when to retreat, and when to strike. By the 1910s, Torrio had moved into managing gambling dens, brothels, and small rackets. He understood that crime was most profitable when it was organized, not chaotic. His early ventures taught him the value of structure, hierarchy, and alliances. These lessons would later be passed down to Capone, who admired Torrio's ability to command respect without unnecessary bloodshed. Torrio's guiding principle was simple: violence was a tool, not a lifestyle. It should be used sparingly, strategically, and always with purpose. Torrio's life took a major turn when his uncle-in-law, Big Jim Colosimo, invited him to Chicago. Colosimo ran a lucrative chain of brothels and gambling houses, but he lacked Torrio's vision. For Colosimo, vice was enough. He enjoyed his wealth, his restaurants, and his reputation. Torrio, however, saw something bigger, especially with the coming of Prohibition. By 1920, the national ban on alcohol created opportunities that dwarfed the profits of prostitution and gambling. Liquor became liquid gold, and Torrio was one of the first to realize the immense potential. Colosimo resisted the idea of bootlegging. He was content with his empire and didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. But Torrio was restless. He understood that the gangs who controlled alcohol would control Chicago. The disagreement between uncle and nephew-in-law soon reached a deadly conclusion. In May 1920, Big Jim Colosimo was gunned down outside his cafe. Rumors swirled that Torrio orchestrated the murder, though he never admitted it. What is clear is that Torrio inherited Colosimo's empire and began transforming it into a bootlegging machine. With Colosimo gone, Torrio had the freedom to execute his vision. It was during this transition that Al Capone entered Torrio's inner circle. Torrio had already known the young gangster from Brooklyn, and he saw in him a mix of loyalty, intelligence, and ferocity that made him invaluable. Capone became Torrio's protégé, learning not just the mechanics of crime, but the philosophy behind it. Torrio taught him that money bought power, and power secured protection. He emphasized the importance of keeping politicians, judges, and police officers on the payroll. In Torrio's world, bribes were often more effective than bullets. Yet Torrio was no stranger to violence. When necessary, he wielded it with precision. He believed that enemies should be removed decisively, but he rejected unnecessary brutality that drew attention. This balance of diplomacy and force shaped Capone's own approach in later years. Where Capone differed was in style. He was far more flamboyant, far more willing to embrace the spotlight. Torrio preferred to operate quietly, staying in the background while the money flowed in. But the lessons he imparted stayed with Capone throughout his reign. Under Torrio's leadership, Chicago's underworld became a finely tuned machine. Bootlegging operations brought in millions of dollars. Liquor was smuggled from Canada, distributed through an intricate network of trucks and warehouses, and sold to speakeasies across the city. Every step of the chain was protected by bribes, ensuring that police raids were rare and often staged for show. Torrio also expanded into gambling and prostitution, creating a diversified empire that touched nearly every vice market. His organization became known simply as the Outfit, a name that would endure long after Torrio's retirement. But Chicago was not an open field. Other gangs were eager to stake their claim, and rivalries soon emerged. The most dangerous of these conflicts was with the North Side Gang, led by Diane O'Banion, a charismatic Irish gangster. O'Banion and Torrio clashed over territory and bootlegging rights, setting the stage for a series of violent confrontations. Though Torrio preferred negotiation, O'Banion's boldness forced his hand. In 1924, O'Banion was murdered in his flower shop, an execution widely believed to have been ordered by Torrio. The killing sparked a war with the North Side Gang, one that would eventually test Torrio's patience and resilience. The war escalated quickly. In January 1925, Torrio himself became a target. After attending his weekly grocery shopping trip, he was ambushed outside his home by North Side gunmen. Torrio was shot multiple times, but miraculously survived. The attack left him shaken. For a man who valued order and control, the near-death experience was a wake-up call Torrio realized that the life of a gangster was becoming too dangerous, and he had already amassed more wealth than he could ever spend. Later that year, he made a decision that would alter the course of history. He retired. Torrio's retirement was not an act of weakness, but of calculation. He handed over control of the outfit to Al Capone, who by then had proven his loyalty and competence. Capone was only 26 years old, but Torrio believed he was ready. With his mentor stepping aside, Capone inherited an empire and the full responsibility of defending it. Torrio quietly left Chicago and eventually settled in Brooklyn, living comfortably and largely avoiding the limelight. He remained a respected figure in organized crime circles, but never again sought the power he once held. For Capone, Torrio was more than a mentor. He was the man who taught him the blueprint of organized crime. Torrio showed him how to build alliances, how to balance fear with generosity, how to use both money and violence as weapons. Without Torrio, Capone might have remained just another Brooklyn tough. With Torrio, he became the heir to a criminal empire. The lessons Torrio instilled, discipline, strategy, and pragmatism, would guide Capone as he rose to become the most feared gangster in America. In the end, Johnny Torrio's name would be overshadowed by his protégé, but his influence was undeniable. He was the architect, the mentor, the strategist who set the stage. Capone may have become the face of the empire, but it was Torrio who designed its structure. His decision to retire created a vacuum that Capone was destined to fill. And as history would soon show, Capone would take Torrio's teachings and unleash them on a scale that even his mentor could not have imagined. Johnny Torrio stepped into the shadows, but his legacy lived on in the empire of Al Capone. When Johnny Torrio handed the reins of Chicago's criminal empire to Al Capone in 1925, the city braced itself for a new era. Torrio had been the architect, a careful, disciplined man who believed in quiet deals and strategic violence. Capone, at just 26 years old, inherited not only Torrio's vast network of bootlegging, gambling, and prostitution, but also his enemies and the bloody rivalries that came with power. The outfit was now Capone's to command, and with it came both extraordinary opportunity and extraordinary danger. Capone's rise was swift and dramatic. Where Torrio had been cautious, Capone was bold. Where Torrio had sought the shadows, Capone embraced the spotlight. He understood that power was not just about controlling territory, it was about creating an image. Capone made himself larger than life, a man whose name inspired both fear and fascination. But beneath the flamboyant persona was a shrewd strategist who knew that violence, money, and influence had to work together to secure dominance in a city as ruthless as Chicago. The first challenge Capone faced was stabilizing the outfit's operations. Torrio's near assassination by the North Side gang had shown how vulnerable the empire could be. Capone tightened security, surrounded himself with loyal bodyguards, and built a network of enforcers who were ready to act at a moment's notice. His headquarters at the Lexington Hotel became both a fortress and a symbol of his authority. Inside its walls, deals were struck, orders were given, and fortunes were made. The outfit was no longer just Torrio's creation. It was Capone's kingdom. Bootlegging remained the cornerstone of Capone's empire. The demand for alcohol was insatiable, and Capone ensured that supply never faltered. From Canadian whiskey, smuggled across the border to local breweries, secretly producing beer, liquor flowed into Chicago through an intricate distribution system. Speakeasies thrived, and every drink poured meant money in Capone's pocket. Estimates suggest that by the late 1920s, his organization was earning more than $60 million a year, a staggering sum for the time. Bootlegging made Capone rich, but it also made him powerful. For those who controlled liquor, controlled Chicago's nightlife. Yet liquor was only part of the empire. Capone expanded into gambling, prostitution, and racketeering, diversifying his sources of income. Slot machines appeared in clubs, brothels flourished under his protection, and businesses paid for insurance against vandalism or theft, insurance conveniently provided by the outfit itself. Capone understood that every vice had a price, and he was determined to collect it. His operations were vast, disciplined, and ruthlessly efficient. Money poured in, and with it, Capone bought influence at every level of the city's power structure. Politics was central to his strategy. Capone knew that bribery was often more effective than bullets. Judges, aldermen, and police officers were placed on his payroll, ensuring that raids were rare and prosecutions even rarer. With his fortune, Capone built a shield of corruption around his empire, making it nearly untouchable. Chicago's political machine, already infamous for its crookedness, found in Capone both a benefactor and a partner. He funded campaigns, secured votes, and in return, enjoyed protection from the very institutions meant to stop him. The outfit became not just a criminal organization, but a parallel power structure within the city. But while Capone secured his grip on Chicago, he also cultivated a public image that set him apart from other gangsters. He was flamboyant, charismatic, and unafraid of publicity. Unlike Torrio, who preferred to remain invisible, Capone embraced the press. He allowed photographers to capture him in tailored suits, smoking expensive cigars, dining at the finest restaurants. He became a celebrity gangster, and the newspapers eagerly fed the public's fascination. Stories painted him as both a ruthless killer and a modern-day Robin Hood. He donated money to charities, opened soup kitchens during the Depression, and helped families in need. To many poor Chicagoans, Capone seemed like a man who took from the rich system and gave back to the community. Of course, this generosity was not pure altruism. Capone understood the value of public opinion. By presenting himself as a benefactor, he softened his image and built loyalty among the people. Fear alone could enforce obedience, but admiration could create lasting power. Capone mastered both. He was the man who could order a massacre one day and hand out food to the hungry the next. This contradiction defined him and made him both beloved and despised, depending on which side of his empire one stood. Still, the glamour could not hide the violence that underpinned Capone's rule. Rival gangs continued to challenge the outfit, especially the North Side gang led by George "Bugs" Moran after the death of Diane O'Banion. Moran despised Capone and refused to back down. The conflict between the two factions escalated into an ongoing war of ambushes, bombings, and drive-by shootings. Chicago's streets became battlegrounds, littered with the bodies of gangsters caught in the crossfire. Ordinary citizens lived in constant tension, and newspapers chronicled each violent episode with sensational headlines. The city was both terrified and captivated by the spectacle. Capone did not shy away from using violence as a tool. He believed that enemies had to be eliminated, not tolerated. But unlike some gangsters who reveled in chaos, Capone saw violence as a means to an end. Every hit, every assassination, every bombing was calculated to strengthen the outfit's position. If diplomacy failed, the gun spoke. His enforcers, armed with the notorious Thompson submachine gun, carried out his orders with brutal efficiency. The Tommy gun became a symbol of Chicago's gangster wars, its rapid fire burst echoing the lawlessness of the era. As Capone's empire grew, so did his personal wealth and lifestyle. He lived in luxury, owning mansions, driving expensive cars, and surrounding himself with bodyguards and associates. Yet he never completely abandoned his roots. He remained accessible to ordinary people, often walking the streets of his neighborhood, shaking hands, and listening to grievances. This accessibility, combined with his displays of generosity, reinforced his dual image as both tyrant and folk hero. Few figures in American history have embodied such stark contradictions so vividly. By the late 1920s, Al Capone was more than a gangster. He was an institution. His power extended beyond the underworld into politics, law enforcement, and popular culture. He had transformed the outfit into a criminal empire that dominated Chicago, and he had done so with a mix of brutality, charm, and cunning. Yet with every expansion, with every rival eliminated, with every headline that carried his name, Capone also drew closer to the forces determined to bring him down. The stage was set for greater confrontations. The North Side Gang remained a constant threat, refusing to surrender to Capone's dominance. Federal authorities were beginning to take notice of his operations, and reformers in Chicago were growing impatient with the city's corruption. Capone had risen quickly, but the higher he climbed, the more precarious his position became. Power, after all, invites enemies, and Capone had plenty. Still, in the mid-1920s, his rule seemed unshakable. He was young, wealthy, feared, and admired. The outfit was stronger than ever, and Chicago was firmly in his grip. For the moment, Al Capone stood at the peak of his power, a king in a city where crime reigned supreme. But history has shown that empires built on blood and vice do not last forever. The cracks were forming, the rivals plotting, and the law, though slow, was beginning to stir. For now, though, the streets of Chicago belonged to Capone. At the heart of Al Capone's empire lay the one business that defined the Prohibition era: bootlegging. While gambling, prostitution, and racketeering brought in steady profits, it was alcohol that turned Capone from a rising gangster into one of the wealthiest criminals in American history. The outlawing of liquor in 1920 had created a vacuum, and Capone filled it with ruthless efficiency. What began as a risky venture soon evolved into a vast, sophisticated network that supplied Chicago and beyond with an endless flow of forbidden drink. The mechanics of bootlegging were both simple and complex. The simple part was demand. People wanted alcohol, and they were willing to pay for it. The complex part was supply, how to smuggle, produce, transport, and distribute liquor without constant interference from law enforcement or rival gangs. Under Capone's direction, the outfit mastered every step of the process. His organization ran like a corporation, with layers of workers, enforcers, distributors, and fixers, each one critical to keeping the machine running. Smuggling routes stretched across borders. From Canada came rivers of whiskey, transported across the Great Lakes in hidden compartments of boats, or driven through remote border crossings in trucks outfitted for stealth. Local breweries, forced out of legitimate business by Prohibition, found new life under Capone's protection, producing beer that flowed directly into the underground market. Even chemists and moonshiners joined the network, creating homemade spirits that, while often dangerous, kept customers supplied when other sources ran dry. Every barrel, every crate, every bottle represented profit, and Capone made sure the flow never stopped. Distribution was an art of its own. Trucks carried shipments across Chicago, often disguised as bakery deliveries or milk wagons. Drivers knew their routes well, and they knew who to bribe if stopped by police. Warehouses stored the liquor, guarded heavily to prevent raids or theft. From there, alcohol was delivered to speakeasies, illegal bars that thrived in neighborhoods rich and poor alike. By the mid-1920s, Chicago had thousands of speakeasies, from glamorous jazz clubs to hidden basements, accessible only by whispered passwords. Each one was part of Capone's network, each one contributing to his growing fortune. But the true genius of Capone's empire was not just in moving alcohol. It was in protecting the operation from interference. Corruption was the lifeblood of bootlegging. Politicians, police officers, and federal agents were all on the take. Bribes flowed as steadily as liquor, ensuring that raids were infrequent and often staged more for public show than genuine enforcement. Judges were bought, juries intimidated, and city officials made complicit. With money and fear, Capone built a shield around his empire, making it nearly untouchable. The scale of profits was staggering. Estimates suggest that Capone's organization made more than $100,000 a day from bootlegging alone. That kind of money bought loyalty, bought silence, and bought power. For a city struggling with poverty and inequality, the sheer size of Capone's wealth made him appear almost untouchable. While average workers labored for a few dollars a day, Capone threw lavish parties, wore diamond-studded jewelry, and lived like royalty. His fortune was both a source of awe and resentment, but it gave him leverage that few could challenge. Of course, profit brought conflict. Other gangs wanted their share of the bootlegging market. The North Side Gang, led by Bugs Moran, after Dion O'Banion's death, controlled their own routes and speakeasies, and they clashed repeatedly with Capone's men over territory. Drive-by shootings, hijackings, and assassinations became part of doing business. Capone responded with overwhelming force, using violence to defend his empire and expand it. The more money bootlegging generated, the more blood was spilled to control it. Capone's network was not only about brute force, it was also about innovation. He introduced systems of bookkeeping, hired accountants, and used coded communication to keep his empire organized. Trusted lieutenants managed different aspects of the operation, from distribution to enforcement. This level of organization made the outfit more resilient than smaller gangs, which often collapsed under the weight of infighting or law enforcement pressure. Capone turned crime into big business, and in doing so, he set a model that future organized crime syndicates would emulate. Yet for all its sophistication, the bootlegging empire thrived because of one undeniable truth: ordinary people wanted alcohol. Prohibition was deeply unpopular, and citizens across the country defied it nightly. In this sense, Capone was supplying not just vice, but demand. His customers included not only working class men and women, but also politicians, police officers, and businessmen who condemned him in public while buying his liquor in private. This hypocrisy only strengthened Capone's hand. How could law enforcement seriously pursue a man whose product was consumed by the very people tasked with prosecuting him? Capone's visibility grew alongside his bootlegging empire. Newspapers delighted in chronicling his wealth, his style, and his influence. He was painted as both a dangerous criminal and a man living the American dream by unconventional means. To many, he symbolized defiance against an unpopular law. To others, he represented everything corrupt and violent about the Prohibition era. But one thing was undeniable: his empire made him one of the most powerful men in America. The dangers, however, were ever present. Rivals plotted constantly, federal authorities grew increasingly impatient, and violence escalated to new heights. Bootlegging was not just business, it was war. Every truckload of whiskey was a potential target, every shipment a gamble. Capone survived by being more ruthless, more organized, and more willing to use force than his competitors. Yet the sheer scale of his operations meant that conflict was inevitable, and Chicago's streets bore the cost in blood. By the late 1920s, Capone's bootlegging empire had become a state within a state. He controlled supply lines, employed thousands, bribed officials, and dictated the flow of nightlife across Chicago. His name struck fear in rivals and admiration in supporters. The profits fueled his rise, the corruption shielded him, and the violence cemented his dominance. Prohibition had been intended to reduce crime, but in Chicago, it had instead built an empire of crime unlike anything the nation had seen before. And at the center of it all stood Al Capone, the young man from Brooklyn who had turned liquor into power, power into influence, and influence into legend. His bootlegging empire was the engine of his success, but it was also the spark that fueled the violent confrontations that would define his legacy. For as long as Americans wanted to drink, Capone would grow richer. But as his empire expanded, so too did the forces determined to bring him down. Chicago drank, Capone profited, and the city's streets ran with the consequences. Al Capone understood something that many of his rivals never fully grasped. Crime was not just about power or money. It was also about perception. While others relied solely on violence and intimidation to keep their grip on Chicago, Capone carefully crafted a public image that blended fear with admiration. To his enemies, he was a ruthless mob boss. To much of the public, he appeared as a modern-day Robin Hood, a man who lived extravagantly but also gave back to the community. This dual identity became one of the most fascinating aspects of his rise to power. The media played a central role in shaping Capone's image. During the 1920s, newspapers were hungry for stories, and gangsters made headlines that sold copies. Capone, with his flashy suits, diamond rings, and bold personality, was irresistible to reporters. Unlike other mobsters who kept to the shadows, Capone often courted publicity. He granted interviews, posed for photographs, and allowed himself to be portrayed as larger than life. His name became synonymous with Chicago, and soon he was more than a criminal. He was a celebrity. Capone's public persona was built on contradictions. He lived in luxury, staying in lavish hotels like the Lexington in Chicago, and later in sprawling estates. His parties were legendary, filled with jazz music, expensive liquor, and Hollywood glamour. Yet, he also made gestures designed to endear him to the common people. During the Great Depression, when soup kitchens became symbols of survival, Capone famously opened one of his own. Every day, unemployed men and families lined up outside his Chicago soup kitchen for free meals. To those in desperate need, it didn't matter that the food was funded by illicit profits. What mattered was that it was food on the table. This generosity was calculated. Capone understood that goodwill among the people provided a layer of protection against law enforcement and politicians. If ordinary citizens saw him as a benefactor rather than a villain, they were less likely to cooperate with authorities. In neighborhoods where Capone's influence ran deep, loyalty was purchased not just with fear, but with kindness. To many struggling families, he seemed more reliable than the government itself. Capone's philanthropy extended beyond food. He donated to charities, funded medical clinics, and occasionally paid hospital bills for those who couldn't afford them. These acts made headlines and painted him as a man of the people. "I'm just a businessman," he once claimed, giving the people what they want. This line, often repeated, reinforced the idea that he was simply filling a demand that society itself had created. Prohibition, after all, was deeply unpopular. Millions of Americans ignored the law every day by drinking. And Capone positioned himself as the provider of something the people already desired. But behind the charm and the gestures of kindness was the reality of brutality. Those who crossed Capone or threatened his empire met swift and violent ends. Rival gangsters were gunned down in the streets. Businesses that refused his protection were burned, and politicians who couldn't be bought were intimidated. Yet, Capone carefully ensured that the public rarely saw this side of him directly. Murders were explained away, enemies were demonized, and Capone himself often appeared in public as calm, polite, and even humble. This ability to separate his public image from his private ruthlessness was one of his greatest strengths. The press, hungry for sensational stories, often played into his hands. They described his suits, his cars, his lifestyle, and his quotes with fascination. He became the face of organized crime, but also an icon of the era's excess. Reporters called him Scarface, a nickname he despised, but which added to his mystique. He preferred to be called Big Al or Snorky, terms that suggested charm rather than menace. In interviews, he sometimes presented himself as a victim of circumstance, a man unfairly targeted for simply being successful. Capone's public image also thrived on the failures of law enforcement. Prohibition was widely seen as a flawed, hypocritical law enforced unevenly and often corrupted by bribes. When authorities raided speakeasies or made arrests, the public often sympathized with the drinkers rather than the police. In this climate, Capone appeared not as an outlaw, but as a provider. His bootlegging empire was illegal, but to many, it felt justified. The law was seen as the enemy, and Capone cleverly placed himself on the people's side. Still, the duality of his image was impossible to ignore. While some saw him as a benefactor, others saw him as a dangerous symbol of everything wrong with America's cities. Religious leaders, reformers, and political activists denounced him as a murderer and corrupter of society. To them, his philanthropy was nothing more than a mask for bloodshed. Newspapers published graphic accounts of gangland killings, reminding readers that behind the expensive suits and soup kitchens was a man who ordered deaths without hesitation. Capone's legend was built on both sides of this contradiction, making him one of the most complex figures of his age. The Robin Hood image also served another purpose. It allowed Capone to enjoy a level of freedom and movement unusual for a criminal of his stature. He attended public events, sat in box seats at baseball games, and mingled with politicians, businessmen, and celebrities. People were drawn to him, fascinated by the combination of wealth, danger, and charisma. Few dared to confront him directly, and many enjoyed the thrill of being associated with such a notorious figure. He blurred the line between outlaw and folk hero, occupying a strange cultural space where fear and admiration coexisted. Capone himself seemed to thrive on this attention. He dressed the part, acted the part, and leaned into his role as a figure larger than life. He once said, "They can't collect legal taxes from illegal money," a statement that captured both his defiance and his wit. To the press, he was quotable. To the public, he was memorable. His words and actions built a mythology that extended far beyond the streets of Chicago. Yet, his public image was a double-edged sword. The more famous he became, the more pressure mounted from federal authorities who saw him as the face of defiance against prohibition. Politicians, embarrassed by their inability to control him, made it a priority to bring him down. The press that once glorified his lifestyle also began to highlight the devastation his violence caused. His fame was inseparable from his downfall. The spotlight that made him untouchable in Chicago also made him a target nationwide. By the late 1920s, Capone had perfected the art of image making. He was the gangster who fed the poor, the bootlegger who provided what people wanted, the man who lived openly and lavishly despite being the most wanted criminal in America. His name carried both admiration and terror, depending on who spoke it. To some, he was the people's champion. To others, he was the devil in a silk suit. In truth, he was both. Al Capone's public image as a Robin Hood gangster remains one of the most enduring aspects of his legacy. It shows how a man could manipulate perception, turning crime into celebrity and violence into spectacle. He was loved, hated, feared, admired, and envied all at once. And for a time, he convinced an entire city and much of a nation that he was more than just a mobster. He was a symbol of the era, an outlaw who walked like a king among ordinary men. Bootlegging may have been the beating heart of Al Capone's empire, but it was far from his only source of wealth and influence. Like any shrewd businessman, Capone understood the power of diversification. To build an empire that could withstand challenges, he needed multiple revenue streams. Gambling, prostitution, and speakeasies became critical pillars of his criminal organization, each one feeding both his pockets and his power. Together, they transformed Chicago into a city where vice was not only tolerated but normalized, so long as the right palms were greased. Capone approached gambling with the same business-like mindset that fueled his bootlegging success. Illegal gambling dens were nothing new, but under Capone's control, they became more widespread, better organized, and fiercely protected. Craps games, poker rooms, and betting parlors sprang up across the city, catering to everyone from working-class laborers to wealthy businessmen. Horse racing was particularly lucrative, and Capone ensured that his organization had a stake in the betting markets. Bookmakers worked under his protection, and in return, they funneled a steady stream of profits back to the outfit. These establishments were often hidden in plain sight. Some operated behind the facade of legitimate businesses, pool halls, cigar shops, or even barber shops. Others were tucked away in basements or warehouses, accessible only to those who knew where to look. Police raids happened from time to time, but more often than not, officers had already been paid to look the other way. On the rare occasion that a gambling den was shut down, another would quickly open in its place. The profits were simply too great and Capone's network too vast for law enforcement to keep up. Prostitution was another cornerstone of Capone's empire. Though it was handled with a mixture of brutality and calculation, brothels existed in nearly every corner of Chicago, and many operated under the direct protection of the outfit. Pimps, madams, and enforcers all worked within the system, ensuring that money flowed upward to Capone's treasury. For many women trapped in this world, life was harsh and dangerous. Violence was common, exploitation rampant, and freedom rare. Yet the demand for prostitution was constant, and Capone exploited it without hesitation. What set Capone apart was his ability to make these operations appear almost legitimate. Brothels were disguised as boarding houses, massage parlors, or hotels. In certain districts, they operated openly, with city officials turning a blind eye thanks to generous bribes. Police officers frequented the very establishments they were supposed to shut down, and judges dismissed cases with alarming regularity. Capone didn't just run the business of vice. He controlled the systems meant to regulate it. This shield of corruption allowed prostitution to thrive under his reign, generating immense profits while eroding the moral fabric of the city. Speakeasies, however, were perhaps the most visible face of Capone's expansion. These hidden bars became the cultural heart of the Prohibition era, where men and women gathered to drink, dance, and defy the law. Chicago was home to thousands of speakeasies, and many operated directly under Capone's control. From dingy basement dives to glamorous nightclubs, filled with jazz music and flapper culture. These establishments were supplied with Capone's bootleg liquor and protected by his enforcers. The very act of entering a speakeasy became a form of rebellion, and Capone positioned himself as the man enabling that rebellion. Some speakeasies became legendary. Clubs like the Green Mill in Uptown drew celebrities, politicians, and gangsters alike. Jazz musicians played into the early morning hours. Cigarette smoke filled the air, and alcohol flowed freely despite the law. These places weren't just bars. They were cultural hubs where the spirit of the Roaring Twenties came alive. Capone's influence was everywhere, from the liquor in the glasses to the security at the doors. By controlling the supply and the venues, he turned Chicago nightlife into his personal fiefdom. Of course, running such enterprises required more than charm and organization. It required force. Gambling dens that resisted Capone's protection were often bombed or shot up. Brothels that refused to pay tribute were shut down violently. Independent speakeasies that tried to buy liquor from rival suppliers found themselves raided or burned. Fear was a tool, and Capone wielded it ruthlessly. At the same time, he ensured that those who cooperated were well protected. Under his shadow, businesses thrived, so long as they acknowledged who truly ruled Chicago. The financial scale of these rackets was staggering. Combined with bootlegging, gambling, and prostitution, brought in tens of millions of dollars each year. That kind of money flowed upward through Capone's organization, funding everything from bribes to lavish parties. It also gave him influence that extended beyond Chicago. His reach touched politicians in Springfield, bankers who laundered his profits, and even union bosses who ensured his businesses faced little interference from workers. Capone wasn't just running rackets. He was weaving himself into the fabric of the city's economy. Yet, as profitable as these ventures were, they also deepened Capone's notoriety. Reformers and moral crusaders condemned him as the embodiment of corruption. Newspapers alternated between glamorizing his lifestyle and decrying the violence that followed his operations. The church denounced his prostitution empire, while civic leaders bemoaned the spread of gambling. But condemnation rarely translated into action. Too many officials were on Capone's payroll, and too many citizens enjoyed the very vices he provided. Chicago was a city caught in a paradox. It despised what Capone represented, yet it depended on the pleasures he supplied. Capone's diversification also served as a survival strategy. If federal authorities cracked down on bootlegging, gambling could sustain profits. If gambling was threatened, prostitution remained a steady fallback. Each racket supported the others, creating a network so deeply entrenched that removing one piece did little to shake the foundation. This resilience made Capone's empire far more difficult to dismantle than that of smaller gangs, which often collapsed when one revenue stream dried up. He wasn't just a gangster. He was a strategist, ensuring his wealth was never tied to a single enterprise. The human cost, however, was undeniable. For every glamorous speakeasy, there was a neighborhood racked by violence. For every thriving gambling den, there were families bankrupted by addiction. For every brothel under Capone's control, there were women trapped in cycles of abuse. His empire thrived on vice, and while it brought him fortune and fame, it left deep scars on the city. Chicago's reputation as a capital of crime was cemented not only by the blood spilled on its streets, but also by the corruption of its institutions. By the late 1920s, Capone's grip on Chicago was nearly absolute. Bootlegging gave him wealth, but gambling, prostitution, and speakeasies gave him permanence. He wasn't just supplying alcohol. He was dictating the rhythms of nightlife, the desires of gamblers, and the fates of countless women. His empire was vast, his profits immense, and his influence unmatched. Chicago was his playground, and every roll of the dice, every pour of liquor, every illicit transaction whispered the same truth: Capone was in control. But the more his empire expanded, the more enemies he created. Rival gangs wanted their share of gambling halls. Reformers pushed harder for crackdowns on prostitution. Federal authorities saw speakeasies as proof of the law's failure and became determined to strike at the man behind them. Capone's diversification had made him stronger, but it also made him more visible, more famous, and more vulnerable. His empire was at its peak, but history had already begun setting the stage for its bloody test. Chicago in the 1920s was not a city where one man could rule unchallenged. Al Capone may have built a powerful empire, but organized crime in the Windy City was a patchwork of territories, alliances, and bitter rivalries. At the heart of this struggle stood the North Side Gang, Capone's most dangerous enemy, led first by Diane O'Banion and later by George Bugs Moran. The North Siders represented everything Capone sought to control, and everything he couldn't afford to ignore. Their ongoing war with Capone would transform Chicago streets into battlefields and set the stage for one of the most infamous massacres in American history. The roots of the rivalry stretched back to the early years of Prohibition. Diane O'Banion, a charismatic and cunning gangster, ran the North Side operation with a mix of charm and ruthlessness. He controlled lucrative bootlegging routes, speakeasies, and breweries, and his gang enjoyed strong support in Chicago's Irish neighborhoods. O'Banion saw Capone's growing power as a threat, and the feeling was mutual. The city wasn't big enough for both men's ambitions. Tensions escalated through hijackings, double crosses, and territory disputes, each side testing the other's resolve. The feud turned bloody in 1924 when O'Banion was assassinated inside his own flower shop. He had been lured into a supposed business deal, only to be ambushed and gunned down by Capone's associates. The killing shocked Chicago, both for its boldness and for the message it sent. Capone was willing to eliminate rivals in broad daylight, but the assassination didn't end the conflict. It intensified it. O'Banion's death elevated his lieutenants, Himmy Weiss and Bugs Moran, who swore vengeance. What followed was a cycle of retaliation that plunged Chicago into open warfare. Himmy Weiss, O'Banion's immediate successor, earned the nickname, the only man Capone feared. Weiss was bold, relentless, and utterly determined to avenge his friend. Under his leadership, the North Side Gang launched repeated attacks against Capone and his allies. Gunfights erupted on busy streets. Cars were riddled with bullets, and entire neighborhoods lived in fear of stray gunfire. Weiss's reign was short-lived. He was gunned down in 1926, but his death only deepened the animosity. With Weiss gone, Bugs Moran rose to leadership, and the rivalry took on an even more dangerous edge. George Bugs Moran was brash, hot-tempered, and uncompromising, unlike Capone, who mixed violence with charm and strategy. Moran was straightforward in his hatred. He despised everything about Capone: the corruption, the brutality, the ostentatious lifestyle, and he made no secret of his determination to destroy him. To Moran, Capone was not just a rival, he was a disease infecting Chicago. This personal hatred added fuel to an already explosive feud. The battles between the two gangs grew increasingly violent. Drive-by shootings became almost routine. Moran's men hijacked Capone's liquor shipments, while Capone's soldiers ambushed North Side convoys. Businesses were bombed, and innocent bystanders were often caught in the crossfire. Chicago newspapers documented the carnage in lurid detail, feeding the public's fascination with the city's gang wars. Each new killing seemed to raise the stakes, and both sides became locked in a deadly game of one-upmanship. Capone, despite his power, struggled to contain the North Siders. Moran's men were skilled fighters, well-armed, and fiercely loyal. They operated with guerrilla-like tactics, striking quickly and disappearing into friendly territory. For every blow Capone landed, Moran seemed to counter. The rivalry wasn't just about profits. It was about pride, reputation, and survival. In the world of organized crime, showing weakness could be fatal, and neither man was willing to back down. One of the most infamous confrontations came in September 1926, when Moran's gang staged a brazen attack on Capone outside the Hawthorne Hotel in Cicero, where Capone had established his headquarters. A caravan of cars pulled up and unleashed a hail of machine gun fire on the building. Dozens of bullets riddled the walls, and chaos erupted in the streets. Miraculously, Capone escaped unharmed, but the message was clear to Moran, and his men were bold enough to strike directly at the heart of Capone's power. It was an act of open defiance that humiliated Capone and demanded a response. The violence wasn't limited to gangsters. Chicago's citizens lived in fear as gun battles erupted in broad daylight. Innocent people were wounded or killed simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Politicians and law enforcement, many of them on Capone's payroll, struggled to maintain control. Reformers decried the city as lawless, while newspapers painted vivid pictures of Chicago as a battleground. The rivalry had escalated from a business dispute into a full-scale war that scarred the city's reputation. Capone, ever the strategist, realized that Moran could not be dealt with through ordinary means. The North Side gang was too resilient, too determined to be worn down by conventional violence. To truly break them, he needed something decisive, something that would shock not just his rivals, but the entire city. The seeds of this plan were already being planted, though few could imagine just how far Capone was willing to go. For Moran, the hatred of Capone became all-consuming. He mocked Capone publicly, calling him a bully and a coward. He portrayed himself as a man of principle, claiming to despise not only Capone's methods, but his very existence. This war of words only heightened the tension, making reconciliation impossible. The rivalry had passed the point of no return. Chicago could not have two kings of crime, and the clash between Capone and Moran was destined to end in a bloodbath. By the late 1920s, Chicago's gangland rivalries had transformed the city into a war zone. Bodies piled up, bullets flew, and the streets ran red with blood. Yet beneath the chaos was a clear narrative. Al Capone and Bugs Moran were on a collision course. Their feud was more than business. It was personal, and it demanded resolution. Neither man could afford to lose, yet both knew that only one could truly rule Chicago. The rivalry with the North Side gang defined Capone's reign as much as bootlegging or corruption. It was the crucible in which his power was tested, the conflict that forced him to escalate his tactics and consolidate his empire. And in the end, it would be this rivalry that led to the most infamous act of violence in his career, a massacre that shocked the world and sealed his place in history. The city held its breath, waiting for the next strike, and when it came, it would change the story of organized crime forever. Power in Chicago during the Prohibition era was not secured by bullets alone. Guns could silence enemies, but they could not shield a criminal empire from the constant threat of raids, arrests, and indictments. For Al Capone, true security lay in another form of weapon corruption. Money, influence, and favors flowed just as steadily as bootleg whiskey, ensuring that the machinery of law and order worked for him rather than against him. If violence made him feared, bribery made him untouchable. Capone understood early on that the real battlefield was not just the streets, but the courts, city hall, and police stations. Prohibition had created an opportunity, but it had also created a vast bureaucracy of enforcement. Federal agents, local police, and judges tasked with upholding the unpopular law. For most gangsters, these institutions were obstacles. For Capone, they became assets. With his immense wealth, he turned guardians of the law into partners in crime. Bribery was systematic and relentless. Police officers were some of the earliest beneficiaries. A patrolman who might earn threes, zeros, and dollars a year could suddenly find himself pocketing hundreds in cash each month simply for ignoring the trucks rolling through his beat. Speakeasies operated with full knowledge of local precinct captains who received envelopes of cash to keep their officers at bay. In many cases, the very men sworn to uphold Prohibition were drinking Capone's liquor and protecting his establishments. Why fight it? Many reasoned. The law was unpopular, the money irresistible, and Capone's reach long. Judges, too, were frequently compromised. Court cases against Capone's men were dismissed for lack of evidence. Witnesses disappeared, and juries were quietly bought. A single trial could cost Capone thousands in bribes, but the return on investment was enormous. Convictions were rare, and even when arrests made headlines, they rarely led to serious consequences. Capone's lawyers became experts in exploiting the system, often stalling cases until they collapsed under procedural delays. In a city drowning in corruption, justice was not blind, it was bought. The political connections extended upward into city and state politics. Chicago was notorious for machine politics, with networks of aldermen, ward bosses, and party leaders who controlled elections and appointments. Capone tapped directly into this system. He funded campaigns, delivered votes through intimidation or favors, and ensured that politicians who owed him allegiance were placed in key positions. In return, he received protection, influence, and access. City Hall might publicly condemn organized crime, but behind closed doors, deals were struck that allowed Capone to continue his operations without serious interference. Even mayors were not immune. William Hale, Big Bill, Thompson, Chicago's flamboyant and controversial mayor, was widely accused of accepting Capone's money and turning a blind eye to his activities. Thompson's administration became synonymous with graft, and while reformers railed against corruption, Capone thrived under the system. So long as the right pockets were lined, the law bent to his will. Capone also cultivated relationships with law enforcement beyond the local level. Certain federal agents were bribed, while others were intimidated. Though the Bureau of Prohibition employed men determined to bring down bootleggers, its ranks were riddled with corruption. Capone's money ensured that raids were often tipped off in advance. Trucks would be rerouted, warehouses emptied, and evidence conveniently missing by the time agents arrived. In effect, much of the federal force meant to crush him became yet another obstacle he had already bought off. But Capone's use of political connections went beyond mere survival. It also enhanced his image. He openly donated to civic causes, sometimes funneling money through politicians or church leaders. This blurred the lines between philanthropy and bribery, as his good deeds were often strategic investments in influence. By paying for public projects, Capone ingratiated himself with community leaders, ensuring loyalty that extended far beyond his criminal enterprises. He was not just bribing for protection. He was weaving himself into the political fabric of Chicago. Still, the system was not foolproof. Reformers and honest officials did exist, and they grew louder as Capone's power expanded. Newspapers exposed scandals, publishing stories about police officers driving Capone's cars or judges dining at his clubs. Civic organizations demanded accountability, calling for investigations into the city's deep-rooted corruption. Yet even when inquiries were launched, Capone's reach often ensured they stalled before real consequences were handed down. His empire rested on a simple truth: too many people benefited from his success. The hypocrisy of the era played directly into Capone's hands. Many of the very men who publicly denounced him were privately enjoying his liquor, gambling in his clubs, or profiting from his bribes. Prohibition had created a society of double standards, and Capone exploited them with ruthless precision. He could stand before the press and proclaim himself a businessman, and in many ways, he wasn't lying. His business operated with the same political lobbying, financial incentives, and behind the scenes deals as legitimate corporations. Only his boardroom was Chicago's underworld. This symbiosis between crime and politics created a city where the line between legality and illegality was blurred. Citizens who lived under Capone's rule often knew that calling the police was pointless if his men were involved. Complaints vanished, evidence disappeared, and justice was for sale. For those outside his circle of influence, it was a chilling reminder of how deeply corruption had infected their city. For Capone, it was simply the cost of doing business. Yet corruption, while effective, carried its own dangers. The more Capone relied on political connections, the more vulnerable he became to exposure. Reform movements gained strength, and federal authorities began looking for ways to bypass the compromised local systems. Journalists like those at the Chicago Tribune made it their mission to expose the ties between Capone and city officials. Each revelation chipped away at the illusion of invulnerability, and while Capone could bribe many, he could not bribe everyone. Still, during the height of his power, political connections made Capone seem untouchable. He lived openly, dined at the best restaurants, and attended public events with little fear of arrest. When raids occurred, they were often carefully choreographed performances meant to show the public that something was being done. While Capone's real operations continued undisturbed. To many Chicagoans, it felt as though the city belonged not to the government, but to Capone himself. In truth, that was not far from reality. By the late 1920s, Al Capone controlled not only Chicago's underworld, but also large swaths of its official institutions. Judges ruled in his favor, police officers enforced his will, and politicians depended on his money. It was a city where power was purchased, loyalty was rented, and justice was negotiable. Capone was not above the law. He was the law, at least in the spaces he controlled. Yet beneath the surface, the tide was beginning to turn. Federal investigators were growing frustrated with the wall of corruption surrounding Capone. Reformers demanded new strategies, new laws, and new ways to strike at organized crime. The very system Capone relied on to shield him would eventually become the focus of a broader campaign to dismantle his empire. For the moment, though, his political connections ensured that he reigned supreme. Chicago was his kingdom, its leaders his subjects, its laws his tools. And as long as the money flowed, Al Capone could not be touched. At least not yet. By the late 1920s, Al Capone seemed untouchable. His empire spanned liquor distribution, gambling dens, brothels, and speakeasies. He lived in luxury, mingled with politicians, and ruled Chicago with a mix of fear and charm. Local police and judges were largely compromised, and city officials often looked the other way. Yet, in Washington, D.C., a different picture was emerging. To the federal government, Capone was not a colorful celebrity or a Robin Hood figure. He was a national problem. His open defiance of prohibition, his ties to corruption, and the bloody gang wars spilling onto Chicago's streets made him the prime target in America's fight against organized crime. The Justice Department, embarrassed by its inability to control Capone, began searching for new strategies. Traditional arrests for bootlegging, gambling, or racketeering had failed, as witnesses vanished and juries were bribed. Capone's lawyers were masters at delaying trials and exploiting loopholes. If Chicago was a fortress of corruption, the government needed a team willing to storm the gates without fear or compromise. Out of this necessity was born one of the most legendary groups in law enforcement history, the Untouchables. At the center of this effort was a young, determined Prohibition agent named Eliot Ness. Unlike many of his peers, Ness had a reputation for honesty and discipline. He was incorruptible, which made him both dangerous to Capone and rare in Chicago. When the Bureau of Prohibition decided to form a special unit dedicated to dismantling Capone's operations, Ness was chosen to lead it. His mission was clear: cut off the flow of illegal alcohol and weaken the empire from within. Ness carefully selected his team, handpicking agents who shared his integrity and toughness. These men would earn the nickname, the Untouchables, because they could not be bribed, a quality almost unheard of in the Prohibition era. Capone had grown accustomed to buying loyalty. He assumed everyone had a price, but when he sent offers of cash, gifts, and threats to Ness's men, they refused. That refusal alone was revolutionary in a city where corruption was currency. The Untouchables began their work with relentless energy. They launched raids on breweries, distilleries, and warehouses linked to Capone's network. Using wiretaps, surveillance, and undercover operations, they traced the supply chains that fueled his empire. Each successful raid disrupted the flow of liquor, cost Capone thousands of dollars, and sent a message that this new group of agents was different. They could not be bought, and they would not back down. Capone quickly realized the threat. He had dealt with lawmen before, but Ness and his team operated outside the usual system of bribes and intimidation. They were methodical, disciplined, and determined. Capone attempted to crush them with violence, sending gunmen to trail and intimidate Ness. There were rumors of assassination attempts, drive-bys, and even plots to kidnap Ness. Yet Ness remained unfazed. He famously said, "You can get further with a kind word and a gun than you can with a kind word alone." But Ness lived by the opposite, relying on persistence, evidence, and the law. The Untouchables' raids became legendary in the press. Newspapers followed their exploits, painting them as heroic underdogs standing up to the nation's most feared gangster. Headlines celebrated their victories, fueling public support and humiliating Capone. Every brewery smashed, every shipment seized, was not just a financial loss, but a blow to Capone's carefully cultivated image of invulnerability. Still, Ness knew that cutting off liquor alone would not be enough. Capone was too resourceful, too well connected, to be destroyed by raids alone. The real breakthrough came when federal authorities began considering a different angle: tax evasion. While Capone was careful to hide behind layers of business fronts, he lived extravagantly and openly flaunted his wealth. The Internal Revenue Service began investigating whether Capone had ever paid taxes on his massive income. If they could not convict him for murder or bootlegging, perhaps they could convict him for failing to file honest returns. This dual effort, Ness's raids on the ground and the IRS's investigation on paper, tightened the noose. Capone was suddenly fighting on two fronts. On the streets, his breweries were raided by incorruptible agents. In the courts, accountants were combing through financial records, building a case that would prove devastating. For the first time, Capone's empire felt pressure that money and intimidation could not easily dissolve. Eliot Ness relished the challenge. He was not only targeting Capone's operations, he was targeting the man himself. Ness's reports emphasized Capone's vulnerability, detailing how each raid weakened his network. At one point, Ness estimated that his team had destroyed breweries producing tens of thousands of gallons of beer a week, costing Capone millions annually. Though Capone still enjoyed immense wealth, the psychological blow was just as significant as the financial one. The Untouchables were proof that his reach was not limitless. Capone responded with a mix of fury and arrogance. He mocked Ness publicly, calling him a nuisance, a Boy Scout, an annoyance too small to matter. But privately, he raged at the losses, ordering his men to redouble their efforts to crush the Untouchables. Despite his bluster, Capone knew that Ness represented something dangerous, a symbol of resistance. For years, Capone had thrived on the belief that the law could be bought. Ness shattered that illusion. The media loved the narrative. Ness and his team became folk heroes, celebrated for their incorruptibility. They represented the possibility that justice could triumph, even in a city dominated by vice and violence. Capone, once romanticized as a bold outlaw, began to look like a cornered king facing an army of truth seekers. The tide of public opinion, once mixed, started to turn against him. But Ness was also realistic. He knew that his raids, while effective, could not bring Capone down alone. The real hammer would come from the IRS investigation. Led by meticulous accountants and federal prosecutors who pieced together evidence of tax evasion, Capone might have silenced witnesses and bribed judges, but numbers on paper could not be intimidated. Every lavish purchase, every flashy display of wealth became evidence against him. The partnership between Ness's street campaign and the IRS's financial case marked a turning point. For years, Capone had been the symbol of organized crime's untouchable power. Now, for the first time, he was truly vulnerable. And while Ness would not ultimately be the man to put Capone behind bars, his relentless pursuit weakened the empire enough for the IRS to deliver the fatal blow. As the 1930s dawned, the storm gathered momentum. The Untouchables had proven that corruption was not universal, that not everyone could be bought. Capone, who once believed money could shield him from anything, now faced enemies immune to his most powerful weapon. His reign was no longer secure. The hunter had become the hunted, and Eliot Ness had made the untouchable gangster feel touchable at last. By early 1929, Chicago's underworld had reached a breaking point. For years, Al Capone and George Bugs Moran had fought a brutal war for dominance, with bullets flying across city streets, trucks hijacked, and breweries bombed. Each side had suffered losses, yet neither could fully eliminate the other. Capone, frustrated and furious, knew that to cement his empire once and for all, he needed something decisive. A strike so bold and so devastating that it would cripple Moran's North Side gang beyond repair. That plan would culminate in the most infamous event in organized crime history, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. The seeds of the massacre were sown in late 1928. Capone had been under relentless pressure from federal authorities and the Untouchables. Yet the constant threat from Moran gnawed at him even more. Moran's men continued hijacking Capone's liquor shipments, intercepting trucks on back roads, and redistributing the stolen booze in their own speakeasies. Each hijacking was not just a financial loss, but a humiliation. It sent the message that Capone's grip on Chicago was not absolute. Capone, ever calculating, began to envision a strike that would end Moran's reign for good. But he also understood the risks. Moran was a seasoned gangster, always armed, always suspicious, and surrounded by loyal men. To kill him outright would require meticulous planning, careful deception, and a willingness to unleash violence on a scale that even Chicago had not yet seen. Rumors swirled across the underworld that Capone had grown tired of the stalemate. Whispers spread through taverns and back rooms that Big Al was plotting something extraordinary. Moran, no fool, heard the same rumors and grew more cautious. He shifted his routes, changed his meeting spots, and kept his movements unpredictable. The tension between the two gangs became unbearable, with both sides expecting the other to make a decisive move. The opportunity came in the form of a whiskey shipment. Capone's intelligence network informed him that Moran's men were planning to purchase a large consignment of bootleg liquor. The deal was set to go down on February 14, 1929, inside a garage at 2122 North Clark Street, a known meeting place for Moran's gang. To Capone, this was the chance he had been waiting for. If Moran could be lured there, surrounded by his top lieutenants, then eliminating them all in one strike could end the North Side gang as a serious threat. Capone's plan was as bold as it was brutal. He ordered his trusted lieutenants, men like Jack, Machine Gun, McGurn, to organize the ambush. The strategy was simple. Moran and his men would be tricked into believing they were conducting business as usual, only to walk into a death trap. To make the hit look official and prevent immediate retaliation, Capone's gunmen would disguise themselves as police officers. This clever ruse would ensure that Moran's men were unarmed, lined up, and unsuspecting when the bullets began to fly. The choice of disguise was not accidental. Police raids were common in Chicago, and bootleggers had grown accustomed to sudden inspections. By using stolen uniforms and cars resembling squad vehicles, Capone's hitmen could enter the garage without arousing suspicion. Once inside, they would control the situation, line up the men against the wall, and unleash machine gun fire before anyone realized what was happening. But as February approached, the rumors intensified. Moran grew increasingly wary, suspecting that Capone was plotting against him. In fact, Moran later claimed that he had narrowly escaped assassination attempts in the weeks leading up to the massacre. Whether by instinct or luck, Moran seemed to stay one step ahead. Yet, on the morning of February 14, he would come closer to death than ever before. In the days before the massacre, Capone ensured he had an alibi. He traveled to Florida, making sure that when the inevitable bloodbath occurred, he would be hundreds of miles away. This move was typical of Capone's cunning. While he planned and financed the operation, he wanted no direct link to the killings. His absence in Florida would provide plausible deniability, allowing him to claim ignorance if accused. Meanwhile, Jack McGurn and the hit squad prepared for the ambush. The arsenal included shotguns, pistols, and the infamous Thompson submachine gun, the weapon that had become a symbol of gangland violence. The killers studied Moran's habits, timed his arrivals, and waited for the perfect moment. Every detail was designed to ensure maximum efficiency and terror. Chicago's underworld buzzed with anticipation. Few knew exactly what Capone was planning, but everyone sensed that something momentous was coming. Gangsters whispered in speakeasies, gamblers placed bets on who would live or die, and ordinary citizens nervously followed the escalating feud in the newspapers. The city, already wary from years of violence, braced itself for another eruption. The morning of February 14, Valentine's Day, dawned cold and gray. Snow covered the streets, muffling the sounds of the city. In the North Clark Street garage, Moran's men began gathering for what they believed was a routine liquor delivery. They had no idea that Capone's killers were closing in, ready to unleash one of the bloodiest spectacles in Chicago's history. The setup was complete. Capone's careful planning, the disguises, the intelligence gathering, all had led to this moment. The stage was set for the massacre that would shock the world, redefine organized crime, and etch Al Capone's name into infamy. For Capone, this was not just another hit. It was the strike he believed would end the war once and for all, solidifying his position as Chicago's undisputed king of crime. For Moran, it was the culmination of years of rivalry, a deadly reminder that in the world of Prohibition, era gangsters, survival often came down to luck, timing, and the willingness of your enemies to kill without hesitation. The city held its breath as the trap was sprung. On the morning of February 14, 1929, Chicago awoke to a bitterly cold Valentine's Day. Snow lay across the streets, the air crisp with winter's bite. In a garage at 2122 North Clark Street, a small group of men gathered, expecting a routine transaction. They were members and associates of the North Side Gang, loyal to George, Bugs, Moran, Capone's greatest rival. What they didn't know was that this meeting was not about whiskey. It was a trap, a carefully orchestrated ambush that would leave their bodies crumpled against a blood-stained brick wall. The trap had been set days earlier. Jack, machine gun, McGurn, one of Capone's trusted lieutenants, had overseen the details. The plan was designed with ruthless precision. Moran and his men would arrive to inspect a shipment of liquor, believing they were meeting with trusted contacts. Instead, Capone's hitmen, disguised as Chicago police officers, would storm the garage, gain control, and execute them without mercy. That morning, several of Moran's men began arriving. Among them were Frank and Peter Gissenberg, loyal soldiers, Adam Heyer, the gang's bookkeeper, Albert Kashelik, known as James Clark, Moran's brother-in-law, Reinhard Schwimmer, an optometrist and mob hanger, on who enjoyed associating with gangsters, and John May, a mechanic working in the garage. Together, they formed a group of 7 men, unaware that they were minutes away from becoming part of one of the bloodiest crimes in American history. Meanwhile, Moran himself was running late. By sheer chance, or perhaps instinct, he lingered outside the garage, spotting what appeared to be police officers entering. Sensing danger, he turned away, avoiding the slaughter that awaited inside. His delay saved his life, but condemned his men. Shortly after 10:30 a.m., 2 men dressed in police uniforms arrived in a black Cadillac resembling a squad car. They entered the garage with authority, accompanied by 2 or 3 plainclothes gunmen. To the unsuspecting Northsiders, this looked like a raid. Police raids were common during Prohibition, and most bootleggers assumed that bribes would eventually smooth things over. The presence of cops did not raise immediate alarm. The imposters barked commands, ordering the men to line up against the north wall of the garage. Believing they were under arrest, the 7 complied. They raised their hands, faced the bricks, and stood quietly as if awaiting a pat down or transport. None of them knew that no arrest was coming. Then came the sound that would echo through history. The rattle of the Thompson submachine gun. The gunmen unleashed a storm of bullets. The confined garage amplified the roar as hundreds of rounds tore into flesh, bone, and brick. The victims collapsed almost instantly, their bodies riddled with bullets. Some tried to shield themselves. Others fell where they stood. Frank Gusenberg, though struck more than a dozen times, clung to life, slumping to the floor, but refusing to give his killers the satisfaction of immediate death. When the gunfire ceased, the garage was a scene of horror. Blood pooled on the concrete floor, spattering the walls and staining the snow outside. The smell of gunpowder hung heavy in the air. In less than a minute, 7 men had been reduced to corpses, or near corpses, by a calculated act of gangland slaughter. To complete the deception, 2 of the killers dressed as policemen escorted their plainclothes accomplices out of the garage, as if they had just made an arrest. Neighbors, glancing outside, saw what appeared to be officers leading men into custody. To the casual observer, it was nothing unusual. The killers drove away in their Cadillac, leaving behind only carnage and silence. The massacre shocked Chicago to its core, even in a city accustomed to violence. The brutality and brazenness of the attack were unprecedented. 7 men had been gunned down in broad daylight, executed like prisoners of war. The scale of the bloodshed and the police disguises suggested a chilling truth. Gangsters were no longer just criminals. They were capable of impersonating law enforcement itself. When police arrived at the scene, they were met with a vision of devastation. Bodies lay in a row along the wall, their clothes shredded, their faces barely recognizable. Only Frank Gusenberg clung to life, still breathing despite his wounds. Rushed to a hospital, he was questioned by police. When asked who had shot him, Gusenberg famously replied, "Nobody shot me." His loyalty to the gang code of silence remained unbroken, and he died hours later. The victims represented not only Moran's gang, but also the collapse of whatever fragile balance had existed in Chicago's underworld. The massacre was more than murder. It was a declaration of supremacy. Capone had sent a message that resonated far beyond Chicago: betray him, oppose him, or threaten his empire, and the consequences would be swift, merciless, and unforgettable. Yet, despite the brutality, Capone himself was safe in Florida. His alibi was airtight. And though everyone in Chicago believed he had ordered the hit, proving it was another matter, no one could tie him directly to the garage, the killers, or the guns. In the absence of evidence, Capone remained officially untouchable, even as his reputation for ruthlessness grew stronger than ever. For Bugs Moran, the massacre was both a tragedy and a humiliation. His most trusted men lay dead, his gang crippled, and his power diminished. When asked later about the massacre, Moran bitterly remarked, "Only Capone kills like that." His words captured what the world already suspected, even if the law could not confirm it. The St. Valentine's Day massacre marked a turning point in organized crime. It was not just the scale of the violence, but the symbolism that mattered. The killers had worn police uniforms, blurring the line between criminals and the institutions meant to stop them. Ordinary citizens were left to wonder whether anyone could truly protect them in a city where gangsters masqueraded as the very enforcers of law. The press seized upon the story, splashing gruesome photographs of the garage across front pages nationwide. Headlines screamed of Chicago's descent into lawlessness. Editorials demanded action, urging the government to take stronger measures against gangsters who had become bolder than ever. The massacre was no longer just a Chicago problem. It was a national scandal. For Capone, the massacre brought both triumph and peril. On one hand, the North Side gang was shattered, its leadership crippled, and Moran reduced to a weakened rival. On the other hand, the sheer savagery of the killings drew unprecedented attention from law enforcement. What Capone had intended as a final blow against his enemies instead became the beginning of his own downfall. The blood on the garage floor was not just a symbol of Moran's defeat, It was a stain that would follow Capone for the rest of his life. The morning after the St. Valentine's Day massacre, Chicago was a city in shock. Newspapers rushed to print graphic photographs of the crime scene. 7 bodies slumped against a brick wall, blood pooling on the garage floor, bullet casings scattered like confetti. Even in a city hardened by years of gangland violence, the sheer brutality of the massacre stunned the public. This was not a back alley shooting or a drive. This was an execution carried out with military precision, in broad daylight. For years, many Chicagoans had tolerated, even admired, Al Capone. To some, he was the man who provided what people wanted during Prohibition: liquor, gambling, and excitement. His soup kitchens fed the poor during winter. His flamboyant lifestyle entertained the press, and his Robin Hood image softened the harsh reality of organized crime. But after the massacre, that image began to unravel. The photographs printed in newspapers across the nation left little room for romanticism. America saw the cost of organized crime in vivid detail: shredded bodies, shattered lives, and a city that looked more like a war zone than a modern metropolis. Headlines screamed, "Chicago's Bloody Valentine," "Mass Murder in Gang Feud," and "Capone Suspected in Slaughter." Editorials condemned not only the killers, but also the culture of corruption that had allowed gangsters to thrive. "If this is civilization," one columnist wrote, "then Chicago has descended into barbarism." The massacre became more than just a local crime. It was a national symbol of Prohibition's failure. Citizens across America asked, if law enforcement could not protect people in Chicago, what chance did they have anywhere else? Politicians, previously reluctant to confront Capone, could no longer remain silent. Public outrage forced their hand. The massacre was an embarrassment to Chicago's government, a humiliation to law enforcement, and a challenge to Washington itself. Pressure mounted for real action against Capone and other gang leaders. Reformers seized the moment, arguing that corruption and complacency had created the conditions for such carnage. The demand for justice grew louder by the day. Yet even as suspicion fell squarely on Capone, he maintained his practiced innocence. From his safe distance in Florida, he told reporters that he had nothing to do with the killings. "It's not my way," he insisted, presenting himself as a businessman unfairly blamed for every act of violence in Chicago. His alibi was solid, and no evidence directly tied him to the massacre. Officially, he was beyond reach, but the court of public opinion was less forgiving. Bugs Moran, when asked who was responsible, simply replied, "Only Capone kills like that." His words resonated, cementing the belief that the massacre bore Capone's unmistakable mark. Whether or not he had pulled the strings, the public saw him as guilty. The massacre also horrified ordinary citizens who had once viewed gang wars as distant entertainment. Until then, gangster violence had seemed confined to criminals killing one another in shadowy corners of the city. But the use of police disguises changed everything. If killers could impersonate law enforcement, how could anyone feel safe? The massacre blurred the line between authority and criminality. creating a chilling sense that Chicago was no longer a city governed by law, but by gangsters in uniforms. Newspapers fueled the fear with sensational coverage. Stories speculated on Moran's narrow escape, dramatized Capone's ruthlessness, and published lurid accounts of gangland funerals. Photos of the victims' bloodied bodies circulated nationwide, turning the massacre into one of the most infamous crimes in American history. To readers outside Chicago, it seemed as if the city had descended into open warfare. The phrase, Chicago typewriter, slang for the Thompson submachine gun, became a grim shorthand for the city's identity. The outrage extended overseas. International newspapers carried the story, portraying Chicago as a lawless frontier town where gangsters ruled unchecked. Foreign observers mocked America's experiment with Prohibition, calling it a failure that had only fueled crime and corruption. The massacre was not only a local tragedy, but a global embarrassment. For Capone, the fallout was a double-edged sword. On one hand, he had effectively crippled Moran's gang. The North Side, once a serious rival, never fully recovered from the loss of so many key men. On the other hand, the massacre made Capone the most infamous gangster in the world. His name became synonymous with bloodshed, and his celebrity turned into notoriety. He could no longer hide behind philanthropy or charm. The 18 Valentine's Day Massacre defined him as a ruthless killer in the eyes of the public. Law enforcement, too, shifted its stance. For years, Capone had benefited from bribed police, sympathetic judges, and corrupt politicians. But after the massacre, even the most complacent officials faced immense public pressure to act. Federal agencies, which had previously struggled to touch him, now redoubled their efforts. The massacre became the rallying cry for Eliot, Ness, and the Untouchables, as well as for IRS investigators building the tax evasion case that would ultimately bring Capone down. Capone tried to repair his image. He increased his donations to charity, funded community events, and gave interviews portraying himself as a victim of unfair accusations. But it was too late. The massacre had stained his reputation permanently. No amount of good deeds could erase the photographs of bloodied bodies against a brick wall. In the months that followed, Chicagoans grew wary of living in fear. Businesses demanded protection. Civic groups called for reform, and churches preached against the moral decay of gangster culture. The massacre had awakened a sense of urgency that years of smaller killings had not. People realized that tolerating Capone's empire came at a cost too great to bear. The 18 Valentine's Day Massacre was more than an act of violence. It was a turning point. It transformed Al Capone from a larger than life outlaw into the face of organized crime's darkest excesses. It galvanized law enforcement, fueled public outrage, and marked the beginning of the end for Chicago's most notorious gangster. As one newspaper editorial bluntly put it, Capone may not have been there, but his shadow covered the wall. The aftermath of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre left Chicago police scrambling. The blood-soaked garage at 2122 North Clark Street was now the scene of the most infamous gangland execution in American history. Citizens demanded justice, Newspapers demanded answers, and politicians demanded arrests. Yet, despite the uproar, the investigation would prove frustrating, mired in false leads, silence from the underworld, and the sheer power of Al Capone's influence. The first hours after the massacre were chaotic. Police officers arriving at the scene were met with a vision of horror. 7 men sprawled across the concrete floor, 5 already dead, 2 barely clinging to life. The sole survivor, Frank Gusenberg, had been riddled with over a dozen bullets. At the hospital, detectives pressed him for the names of the shooters. But Gusenberg, true to the Gangster code, refused to betray his killers. His final words were a denial. "Nobody shot me." Hours later, he succumbed to his wounds, taking whatever he knew to the grave. With no living witnesses, investigators turned to physical evidence. The garage floor was littered with shell casings from Thompson submachine guns and shotguns. Ballistics experts began cataloging the bullets, marking them as potential keys to identifying the weapons. But in 1929, forensic science was still primitive, and matching guns to bullets was an imperfect art. What the evidence revealed was clear enough. The killers had fired with deadly precision, unleashing over 70 rounds in less than a minute. Detectives quickly suspected Al Capone's outfit. The massacre bore his unmistakable signature: ruthless, organized, and decisive. Yet suspicion was not proof. Capone himself was conveniently in Florida at the time, surrounded by friends and associates who could confirm his alibi. Even if everyone knew he had ordered the hit, there was no direct evidence to tie him to the garage. Attention soon shifted to the killers themselves. Witnesses reported seeing men dressed as Chicago police officers escorting others out of the garage after the gunfire. This detail baffled investigators and terrified the public. Were police themselves involved? Or had Capone's men cleverly disguised themselves to ensure cooperation from Morin's gang? The latter seemed most likely, but it presented another problem. Dozens of Chicago criminals had access to stolen police uniforms. Finding the specific imposters was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The police began rounding up known members of Capone's outfit. Among them was Jack Machine Gun McGurn, widely suspected of masterminding the massacre. McGurn had a reputation for efficiency and brutality, and his movements around Valentine's Day seemed suspicious. But when police tried to build a case, his mistress, Louise Rolfa, later dubbed the Blonde Alibi, testified that he had been with her at the time of the killings. With no way to disprove her statement, prosecutors were forced to drop the charges. McGurn walked free, smirking at the cameras as reporters hounded him. Other suspects included Fred Keeler Burke, a hitman linked to Capone's circle. In December 1929, months after the massacre, Burke shot and killed a police officer in Michigan. When investigators raided his home, they discovered 2 Thompson submachine guns. Ballistics tests later confirmed that these were the very weapons used in the St. Valentine's Day massacre. It was the first solid physical link to the crime. But even with the guns, the case hit a wall. Burke was convicted, not for the massacre, but for killing the Michigan officer. He was sentenced to life in prison, and the massacre charges were never formally pursued. Once again, the trail went cold. The investigation was hampered at every turn by the code of silence that ruled Chicago's underworld. Gangsters did not talk, and those who dared to cooperate often disappeared. Witnesses who might have shed light on the killings either refused to testify or claimed to know nothing. Rumors swirled, but hard facts were scarce. Some speculated that Capone's men had hired out of town killers to avoid recognition. Names like Fred Burke, Fred Goetz, and Gus Winkler surfaced in whispered conversations. Others believed that Capone's outfit had worked with corrupt police officers to stage the massacre. Still others suggested that the killers had since been eliminated themselves, silenced to ensure their secrets stayed buried. The press followed every twist of the investigation with morbid fascination. Headlines blared each new suspect, each theory, each dramatic courtroom moment. But the constant attention only highlighted the futility of the case. Despite public outrage, despite nationwide pressure, no one was ever convicted for the sane. Valentine's Day Massacre. This failure dealt a devastating blow to the reputation of Chicago's police. Citizens wondered whether justice was even possible in a city so deeply infiltrated by organized crime. Corruption was so widespread that many suspected the killers had simply bribed their way out of trouble. Behind the scenes, however, federal authorities were beginning to realize something important. Traditional criminal charges against Capone and his men were nearly impossible to pursue. Witnesses were unreliable, juries were intimidated, and police departments were compromised. If Capone was ever going to be stopped, it would require a different approach. One that didn't rely on proving murders, but on finding him vulnerable in unexpected ways. The massacre investigation, though inconclusive, set the stage for this new strategy. While the police floundered, federal agents began quietly shifting their focus to Capone's finances. If they couldn't pin the murders on him, perhaps they could catch him for tax evasion. For Capone, the failure of the investigation was both a relief and a curse. He had successfully avoided prosecution, maintaining his freedom and empire. But the massacre's shadow loomed large. To the public, he was guilty beyond doubt. To his enemies, he was untouchable. And to the federal government, he was now the most wanted man in America. The massacre investigation exposed the limitations of local law enforcement, highlighted the corruption that enabled gangsters, and demonstrated just how untouchable Capone seemed. But it also lit a fire under federal agencies, pushing them toward the relentless pursuit that would eventually end Capone's reign. The killers of the 18. Valentine's Day Massacre vanished into history, their names whispered but never proven. The blood on the garage floor dried, but the questions remained. Who had pulled the triggers? How had they escaped justice? And how long could Capone continue to dance above the law? Chicago had no answers, only ghosts. In the bloody aftermath of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, Al Capone's empire stood at its peak. His chief rival, Bugs Moran, had barely escaped death, and the North Side Gang was decimated. Its leadership shattered, and its influence diminished. For Capone, this meant more territory, more profits, and less competition. On the surface, the massacre had achieved its objective: to break the power of the North Side and secure Capone's dominance over Chicago's underworld. But the cost was enormous. The massacre might have destroyed Morin's gang, but it also destroyed the last remnants of Capone's carefully constructed public image. Before February 14, 1929, Capone could still present himself as a flamboyant but generous businessman, a provider of liquor and entertainment during Prohibition. He had donated to charities, opened soup kitchens during harsh winters, and even won a measure of public sympathy. After the massacre, however, that image was irreparably stained with blood. The photographs of 7 corpses lined against a garage wall traveled across America. Newspapers no longer spoke of Capone as a rogue entrepreneur, but as a butcher of men. His name became synonymous with violence, terror, and the worst consequences of organized crime. What had once made him popular, his audacity and ability to outwit authorities, now made him the most despised gangster in America. Capone himself, however, tried to remain unfazed. When reporters questioned him about the massacre, he coolly replied, "I'm like any other businessman. I provide a service. People want to drink, and I give it to them. How I'm blamed for everything that happens in this city is beyond me." His words were calculated, designed to distance himself from the violence while presenting himself as a misunderstood entrepreneur. Yet few were convinced. Despite the public outrage, Capone continued to expand his operations. With Moron weakened, he moved swiftly to consolidate control over bootlegging routes, speakeasies, and smuggling networks. His men tightened their grip on distribution, ensuring that Chicago's thirst for illegal alcohol was satisfied exclusively by Capone's empire. Profits soared, and the outfit grew richer than ever. At the same time, Capone deepened his influence over politics and law enforcement. Bribes continued to flow freely, ensuring that local authorities either looked the other way or actively protected his interests. Judges dismissed charges, police conveniently lost evidence, and witnesses routinely disappeared. It was corruption on a grand scale, and it kept Capone secure for the moment. But if local authorities were compromised, the federal government was beginning to take notice. The sitting Valentine's Day Massacre had turned Capone into a national villain. Newspapers across the country clamored for federal intervention, arguing that Chicago had proven itself incapable of handling its gangster problem. President Herbert Hoover himself was pressured to take action, and federal agencies began coordinating strategies to bring Capone down. Still, Capone was not a man who shrank under pressure. If anything, he relished the spotlight. He continued to live lavishly, wearing custom-made suits, throwing extravagant parties, and dining at the finest restaurants. He built his mansion in Palm Island, Florida, a fortress of luxury where he entertained celebrities, politicians, and even lawmen. To his admirers, he remained larger than life. To his enemies, he was untouchable. Yet beneath the glitter of his public persona, Capone faced constant strain. The massacre had not only tarnished his reputation, but also made him the primary target of law enforcement nationwide. His every move was monitored, his phone calls intercepted, his associates questioned. The federal government was no longer content to let Chicago's corruption keep him safe. Inside Chicago, the climate was shifting too. Ordinary citizens, once tolerant of bootleggers, began to fear the unchecked violence that ruled their streets. Business owners grew wary of paying protection money. Civic organizations demanded reform. Ministers thundered from pulpits about the moral decay brought by men like Capone. Public patience with gangland rule was wearing thin. Capone responded to these pressures in two ways: charm and intimidation. On one hand, he continued to play the role of the generous benefactor. He opened soup kitchens during the Great Depression, feeding thousands of hungry families. These efforts won him temporary goodwill and headlines portraying him as a man of the people. On the other hand, he maintained control through fear, ensuring that anyone who opposed him paid a deadly price. But cracks were forming in his empire. The Massacre had eliminated Moran as a serious rival, but new challengers emerged. Smaller gangs tried to carve out niches, and Capone's own men sometimes betrayed him, lured by money and power. Violence remained constant, and though no single event matched the scale of the massacre, the drumbeat of killings continued to undermine Capone's claim of being just a businessman. Meanwhile, investigators pursued every angle to weaken him. The Untouchables, led by Eliot Ness, began their relentless campaign of raids on Capone's breweries and speakeasies. Though Ness's men were initially more of a nuisance than a real threat, their refusal to accept bribes set them apart. Each raid chipped away at Capone's aura of invincibility, making him look vulnerable for the first time. The Internal Revenue Service also intensified its quiet but deadly investigation. Federal accountants sifted through Capone's finances, determined to prove that the King of Chicago had never paid taxes on his vast fortune. Capone mocked the idea, telling reporters they can't collect legal taxes from illegal money. But behind his bravado, he underestimated just how seriously the government took the matter. The years following the massacre were a paradox for Capone. Outwardly, he was at the height of his power, his gang unchallenged, his wealth unmatched, his influence still commanding. Yet beneath the surface, the seeds of his downfall had been sown. The massacre had turned the public against him, focused the government's resolve, and marked him as a man whose days of freedom were numbered. For all his cunning, Capone could not escape the shadow of North Clark Street. Every newspaper article about him, every political speech against him, every investigation launched into his affairs could be traced back to that garage wall and the 7 bodies that lay against it. The massacre had given him short-term dominance but long-term destruction. As the 1930s began, the question was no longer whether Al Capone would fall. It was when and how. By the early 1930s, Al Capone had become the most notorious gangster in America. His empire stretched across Chicago, feeding the city's thirst for liquor, gambling, and vice. His grip on politics and law enforcement remained strong. with bribes flowing into the hands of judges, police captains, and city officials. But in the wake of the St. Valentine's Day massacre, the federal government could no longer ignore him. Public outrage demanded action, and President Herbert Hoover personally pressed his administration to bring Capone down. Out of this determination came the formation of a small, hand-picked team of federal agents whose mission was unlike any before: take on Al Capone head on. This squad would become legendary under the leadership of a young Prohibition agent named Eliot Ness. Ness was only in his late 20s when he was chosen for the job, but he possessed qualities that set him apart. He was ambitious, incorruptible, and relentless. In a city drowning in corruption, Ness's greatest weapon was not just his badge, but his refusal to take bribes. He quickly recruited a team of like-minded men, agents who could not be bought, threatened, or swayed by Capone's influence. The press would later call them the Untouchables. From the very beginning, Ness understood that his team could not rely on conventional police work. Witnesses were too terrified to testify. Juries were easily intimidated, and judges often answered to Capone's wallet. So Ness focused on a different strategy: hit Capone where it hurt most, his business operations. The Untouchables began systematically targeting Capone's breweries, distilleries, and distribution networks. Through surveillance, wiretaps, and undercover work, they mapped out the infrastructure of Capone's empire. Then, in carefully coordinated raids, they smashed equipment, destroyed alcohol supplies, and arrested Capone's men. Each raid chipped away at Capone's fortune. Every barrel of beer destroyed, every truckload of liquor seized, represented thousands of dollars lost. For a man whose empire was built on illegal alcohol, this was not just a nuisance. It was an economic assault. Capone, of course, fought back. He sent lawyers to challenge every arrest, bribed police officers to interfere with raids, and even attempted to plant spies within the federal team. But Ness kept his unit tightly controlled, relying only on men he trusted completely. He also cultivated a relationship with the press, allowing newspapers to cover the raids and build the Untouchables' reputation. This was not only good publicity, it was psychological warfare. Capone prided himself on his image as untouchable. Ness flipped the script, showing the public that Capone could indeed be touched. The raids enraged Capone. He reportedly offered vast sums of money to buy off Ness, but the young agent refused. When bribery failed, Capone turned to intimidation. Ness received threats, his car was tampered with, and he narrowly escaped assassination attempts. Still, he pressed forward. His courage only elevated his status, and the public began to see him as a heroic counterbalance to Capone's reign of terror. Despite their successes, Ness and his team knew they could not topple Capone solely by smashing breweries. At best, they could weaken him. At worst, they risked being killed in the process. The real breakthrough was happening quietly, in another corner of the federal government, where accountants and lawyers were building a case for tax evasion. Yet Ness's role remained crucial. By disrupting Capone's empire, he kept constant pressure on the gangster and exposed the outfit's vulnerability. His raids provided evidence of Capone's illegal income, bolstering the IRS's case. The two approaches, financial investigation and prohibition enforcement, worked hand in hand. The public followed the battle with fascination. Newspapers painted Ness as the fearless young man squaring off against the most dangerous gangster in the country. Stories of the Untouchables raids filled the headlines, portraying them as modern knights standing firm against a criminal king. For a nation weary of corruption and despair during the Great Depression, Ness became a symbol of hope. Capone, however, continued to live extravagantly. He hosted lavish parties, wore diamond-studded jewelry, and dined at the city's finest clubs. To many, it seemed he remained untouchable, despite Ness's raids. But beneath the surface, cracks were widening. The constant harassment drained his finances, demoralized his men, and drew increasing attention to his illegal operations. Eliot Ness was not. He knew the fight was dangerous, and that victory was far from guaranteed. Capone's reach was vast, and many in Chicago still feared him more than they respected the law. But Ness's determination was unshakable. His team worked long hours, combing through records, tailing trucks, and infiltrating warehouses. Their relentless pursuit turned Capone's business into a battlefield. By 1931, the pressure was mounting. Capone faced investigations on multiple fronts. Ness's raids in Chicago, IRS agents compiling evidence of tax evasion, and prosecutors preparing charges that could not be bribed away. For the first time in his career, Capone faced a threat he could not simply shoot, bribe, or intimidate into submission. The clash between Capone and Ness symbolized more than just one gangster versus one lawman. It represented the broader battle between organized crime and the rule of law during Prohibition. Capone embodied the corruption and violence of the era, while Ness and his Untouchables stood for integrity, accountability, and the possibility of justice. Though Capone dismissed Ness publicly as a minor annoyance, in private he was said to rage about the young agent's persistence. The fact that Ness could not be bought infuriated him. He was accustomed to bending officials to his will, but this new breed of lawman stood firm. In many ways, Ness was the first opponent Capone truly feared, not because Ness had more power, but because he had something money could not corrupt. The battle between them did not end with a dramatic gunfight or cinematic showdown. Instead, it unfolded as a slow, grinding war of attrition, raids, arrests, seizures, and endless paperwork. Yet it was precisely this grind that wore Capone down, undermining the empire he had built on intimidation and violence. By the end of 1931, Al Capone's fate was sealed. The Untouchables had helped expose his operations, the IRS had built its case, and prosecutors were ready to strike. The man who once ruled Chicago with bullets and fear would soon face the most mundane but effective weapon of all, tax law. By the dawn of the 1930s, it was clear to federal authorities that Al Capone could not be defeated by conventional law enforcement. Dozens of murders, including the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, had been tied to his empire. Yet witnesses vanished, juries were bribed, and judges looked the other way. For years, Capone seemed invincible. But the very arrogance that allowed him to flaunt his wealth would also provide the key to his downfall: tax evasion. The idea came from a simple principle of American law. In 1927, the Supreme Court had ruled in United States v. Sullivan that illegal income was still taxable. This meant that criminals, no matter how they earned their money, were legally obligated to report it to the government. For a man like Capone, whose empire generated millions of dollars in untaxed profits, this ruling was a potential noose. Enter the Internal Revenue Service's Special Intelligence Unit, led by the meticulous investigator Frank J. Wilson. Wilson was not a flashy agent like Eliot Ness. He preferred quiet work, studying ledgers, tracing financial transactions, and following paper trails that others ignored. To him, Capone's arrogance in flaunting his wealth without paying taxes was the perfect weakness. Wilson and his team began a painstaking review of Capone's financial life. They sifted through thousands of documents, receipts, betting slips, bank records, and coded ledgers seized during raids. Capone himself left few records. He was too careful for that. But his empire was vast, and his underlings often left paper trails that could be traced back to him. One of the key breakthroughs came when investigators discovered ledgers from a gambling operation in Cicero, one of Capone's strongholds. The books detailed profits, losses, and payouts. And while Capone's name was never explicitly written, the initials A and C appeared repeatedly in places that clearly referred to him. These entries provided the first solid link between Capone and unreported income. Another major lead came from the testimony of Leslie Shumway, a cashier who had once worked for Capone's outfit. Shumway had kept detailed notes of transactions and eventually agreed to testify. His records confirmed that Capone had received enormous sums of money from illegal operations, money that had never been declared on any tax return. Wilson's team also tracked Capone's extravagant spending. He lived like royalty, wearing custom, tailored suits, dining at the finest restaurants, and traveling with entourages. He owned a lavish mansion in Miami, complete with swimming pools, imported furnishings, and luxury cars. He gambled thousands of dollars at racetracks and hotels. Yet, officially, he had no declared income. To the IRS, this was evidence as glaring as blood on a crime scene. While Wilson quietly built the tax case, U.S. Attorney George E.Q. Johnson prepared the legal strategy. Johnson knew that a jury trial would be dangerous. Capone's reach extended into courtrooms, and jurors could easily be bribed or intimidated. To counter this, the prosecution planned to overwhelm Capone with indisputable evidence, financial records, witnesses, and expert testimony that would demonstrate, beyond doubt, that he owed the government millions in unpaid taxes. Capone, however, believed he was untouchable. His lawyers initially dismissed the IRS case as a nuisance, confident that bribes and threats could neutralize it, as they had so many other charges. Capone even attempted a bold move in 1930s. He offered to settle with the government, publicly stating that he was willing to pay back taxes of around 100 zalozen in exchange for immunity. But instead of saving him, This admission only strengthened the government's case. By offering to pay, Capone had essentially acknowledged that he had undeclared income, exactly what the IRS needed to prove. As the case moved closer to trial, Capone's confidence began to crack. He knew that unlike murder cases, tax evasion charges did not rely on terrified witnesses or corrupt police officers. Numbers, ledgers, and documents could not be intimidated. Still, he tried every trick in his arsenal. His lawyers filed endless motions to delay the trial, challenging the validity of the charges. His men worked behind the scenes to locate potential jurors and sway them with cash or threats. But the federal government anticipated this. On the morning of the trial, in October 1931, Judge James Herbert Wilkerson executed a masterstroke. He swapped out the entire jury panel at the last minute, replacing them with a new group that Capone's men had not had time to tamper with. The move stunned Capone, who suddenly realized that his usual methods of control would not work this time. Meanwhile, Frank Wilson's team was prepared to present a mountain of evidence. They had the Cicero ledgers, Shumway's testimony, and detailed accounts of Capone's lavish spending. They would show the jury that while Capone lived like a king, he had never filed a legitimate tax return. The government's case was straightforward. If ordinary Americans had to pay taxes, so did Al Capone. In the months leading up to trial, the press covered every detail. Headlines declared that the law finally catches Capone, and speculated about whether the notorious gangster could really be brought to justice over something as mundane as taxes. To the public, it seemed almost anticlimactic. After years of murders, bootlegging, and bloodshed, Capone might go down not for violence, but for failing to pay the IRS. Yet, the brilliance of the case lay precisely in its simplicity. Murder charges could be contested, witnesses silenced, and juries corrupted. But numbers did not lie, and Capone's extravagance made the math undeniable. He had lived too large, flaunted too much, and left behind too many clues. As the trial date approached, Capone's world began to shrink. The once confident kingpin, who had strutted through Chicago with bodyguards and limousines, now faced the very real possibility of prison. His enemies smelled blood, his allies grew nervous, and the federal government prepared to strike the final blow. The stage was set for one of the most famous trials in American history. A showdown not between bullets and gangsters, but between a ledger and the law. On October 6, 1931, the eyes of the nation turned to Chicago's federal courthouse. For years, Al Capone had been the most powerful gangster in America, untouchable, feared, and seemingly beyond the law. But now, he stood accused not of murder, racketeering, or bootlegging, but of something as ordinary as tax evasion. To many it seemed ironic, even absurd, that a man responsible for bloodshed on Chicago's streets could be brought down by accountants and lawyers. Yet, as the trial began, it became clear that this was no ordinary case. From the moment Capone walked into the courtroom, he attempted to project confidence. Dressed in expensive, tailored suits and flashing his trademark smile, he acted as though the trial was nothing more than a temporary inconvenience. behind the facade, however, he was deeply worried. He knew that, unlike previous cases, he could not easily buy his way out. Judge James Herbert Wilkerson had already shown he would not play Capone's games. On the first day of trial, Wilkerson stunned everyone by announcing a last-minute jury switch. Capone's men had spent weeks identifying potential jurors and attempting to bribe or intimidate them. But the judge, aware of Capone's reach, quietly ordered the jury panel swapped with another case. When Capone arrived expecting a pliable jury, he was blindsided. The new jurors were unknown to him, and his network had no time to make contact. It was a decisive move that tilted the balance of power. The prosecution, led by U.S. Attorney George E.Q. Johnson and supported by Frank J. Wilson's meticulous financial work, laid out a clear, methodical case. They argued that Capone had lived a life of unimaginable luxury, while never once filing a legitimate tax return. The government presented evidence from seized ledgers, financial records, and eyewitnesses who had handled Capone's money. One of the prosecution's strongest witnesses was Leslie Shumway, a former cashier who had managed cash flow from Capone's gambling operations. Shumway described how profits were divided, with Capone personally taking large sums. His testimony connected the dots between the illegal enterprises and Capone's lavish lifestyle. The prosecution also called hotel clerks, tailors, and other service providers who testified about Capone's extravagant spending. They produced bills for custom suits, luxury vacations, and expensive cars, all paid in cash. The message was clear. If Capone could afford to live like a king, he could not possibly claim to have no taxable income. To strengthen the case, the government presented the infamous Cicero ledgers. Though Capone's full name was never written, entries with initials and nicknames unmistakably referred to him. Accountants walked the jury through the records, demonstrating that millions of dollars flowed through operations controlled by Capone. Capone's defense, led by a skilled team of lawyers, attempted to undermine the government's case. They argued that the ledgers were unreliable, that witnesses were motivated by fear or self-preservation, and that no document explicitly bore Capone's signature. They painted Shumway and others as opportunists who were cooperating with the government only to save themselves. Capone himself maintained that he was merely a businessman providing a service the public wanted during Prohibition. His lawyers claimed that if he had earned money, it was not in amounts nearly as large as the government alleged. They argued that tax law was too complex to hold him criminally responsible for not filing returns. But Judge Wilkerson kept tight control of the courtroom, refusing to allow theatrics or delay tactics. He instructed the jury to focus on the evidence, not Capone's reputation. The mood in the courtroom was tense, with reporters packed into every seat, scribbling notes for the next day's headlines. Capone, who had once swaggered through Chicago with bodyguards and entourages, now sat uncomfortably at the defense table, often whispering nervously to his attorneys. He still tried to charm the jury with smiles, but his frustration grew as witness after witness chipped away at his facade of invincibility. The turning point came when the prosecution hammered home the simplicity of the case. Ordinary Americans had to file tax returns, and Capone had not. His wealth was undeniable, his spending was obvious, and the evidence tied him directly to vast sums of unreported income. In the end, it was not about proving every dollar, but about establishing a clear pattern of deliberate tax evasion. After weeks of testimony and arguments, the case was handed to the jury. The nation waited anxiously for the verdict. For Capone, this was the moment of truth. He had bribed officials, intimidated rivals, and even ordered murders to protect his empire. But now, 12 ordinary citizens held his fate in their hands. On October 17, 1931, the jury returned its verdict. Capone was found guilty on 5 counts of tax evasion and several lesser charges. The decision stunned the gangster. For the first time in his career, he had been defeated. Not on the streets of Chicago, but in a courtroom where money and intimidation could not shield him. Judge Wilkerson wasted no time in delivering a harsh sentence. On October 24, 1931, Al Capone was sentenced to 11 years in federal prison, fined of $50,000, charged $7,692 in court costs, and ordered to pay $215,000 plus interest in back taxes. It was the stiffest tax evasion penalty in U.S. history at the time. The courtroom erupted with gasps. Capone, visibly shaken, realized his reign was over. He had entered the trial believing that his charm and wealth would once again carry him through. Instead, he left in custody, facing the reality that he would spend years behind bars. For the public, the verdict was both shocking and satisfying. The gangster who had terrorized Chicago, ordered killings, and flaunted the law had finally been brought down. The fact that it was done through tax law only added to the irony, underscoring the idea that in America, no one, not even a kingpin, was above the law. As reporters rushed to file their stories, headlines across the country declared the fall of Al Capone. The era of his dominance was officially over, and a new chapter of American law enforcement had begun. The message was clear: justice might be slow, but it was inevitable. For Capone, the trial marked the beginning of his downfall. The once powerful Scarface, who controlled Chicago from the shadows, would now face the harsh reality of federal prison. His empire would crumble without him, and his name, once synonymous with power, would forever be tied to his dramatic conviction. When Al Capone heard the judge sentence him to 11 years in federal prison in October 1931, the swagger that had once defined him faded. For a man who had built an empire of violence, bribery, and fear, the realization that he would spend more than a decade behind bars was devastating. Yet even as Capone entered custody, many wondered if the notorious gangster would find a way to bend prison life to his will. After all, this was the man who had bribed police, judges, and politicians. Surely, prison guards could be bought too. At first, Capone was sent to the Cook County Jail in Chicago while awaiting transfer. Even there, he attempted to maintain his luxurious lifestyle, receiving visits, gifts, and special treatment. But the federal government was determined to ensure that his prison term would not become a continuation of his comfortable life outside. Soon, Capone was transferred to U.S. Penitentiary Atlanta to begin serving his sentence. Atlanta Penitentiary in the 1930s was a tough, overcrowded prison. Yet Capone initially managed to carve out privileges. He bribed guards for comforts, receiving extra blankets, special food, and even musical instruments for his cell. His charisma and wealth gave him influence, and for a time, he seemed to adapt well. Rumors spread that he had a carpet in his cell, fine furniture, and even a radio. Some fellow inmates nicknamed him the mayor of the prison. But the illusion of control could not last. Federal authorities soon discovered the preferential treatment Capone was receiving, and word reached Washington. In 1934, as part of a broader effort to clamp down on organized crime bosses in prison, Capone was among the first high-profile inmates transferred to a brand new escape-proof facility designed specifically to hold America's most dangerous criminals, Alcatraz. The transfer to Alcatraz marked a dramatic turning point in Capone's life. Unlike Atlanta, there would be no special favors on the Rock. Located on a desolate island in San Francisco Bay, Alcatraz was built to be inescapable and incorruptible. Guards were carefully selected and highly disciplined, and inmates were isolated from the outside world. Here, Capone was not the kingpin of Chicago. He was just another number inmate 85. The strict routine of Alcatraz stripped away the last of Capone's influence. He spent long hours in a small cell, marched silently to meals, and labored in prison workshops. Talking was restricted, and guards ensured absolute compliance. The man who once commanded armies of gangsters now scrubbed floors and sewed uniforms. To the other inmates, many of whom despised his celebrity status, Capone was no boss. He was a target of ridicule. But Capone's greatest battle in prison was not with the guards or fellow inmates. It was with his own health. Years earlier, he had contracted syphilis, a disease he had left untreated during his rise to power. By the time he entered prison, the infection had progressed, slowly eating away at his nervous system. He began to show signs of mental decline, struggling with confusion, paranoia, and erratic behavior. Fellow prisoners noticed the change. Once sharp and calculating, Capone sometimes muttered to himself, lost track of conversations, or seemed detached from reality. Rumors spread that the once feared gangster was losing his mind. Guards noted his decline, and prison doctors confirmed that his syphilis was advancing into neurosyphilis, a condition that affects the brain. Even so, Capone occasionally tried to cling to fragments of his former life. In the prison band at Alcatraz, he played the banjo, a humbling image compared to his past as Chicago's crime lord. Some inmates mocked him, while others pitied him. The transformation from untouchable gangster to fading shell of a man was striking. For Capone's family, the decline was heartbreaking. His wife, May Capone, remained loyal, visiting when possible and fighting for his medical care. She pleaded with authorities for better treatment, but Alcatraz was not a place for sympathy. Capone had to endure the same routine as every other inmate. By 1938, Capone's mental state had deteriorated so badly that doctors deemed him unfit for prison labor. He spent much of his time in the hospital ward, confused and often unrecognizable from the powerful figure he had once been. The government, satisfied that he was no longer a threat, eventually approved his release on medical grounds. In November 1939, after serving 7 years of his 11-year sentence, Capone was freed and transferred to a hospital in Baltimore for treatment. The man who emerged from prison was not the Capone the world remembered. His body was weakened, his mind clouded, and his empire gone. Rivals had carved up his territories, Prohibition had ended, and the Chicago outfit moved forward without him. In many ways, prison had not just punished Capone, it had erased him from relevance. Alcatraz, especially, symbolized his downfall. The fortress built to contain the worst of the worst had succeeded in breaking the most infamous gangster of the Prohibition era. Where bullets and police raids had failed, prison walls and disease had triumphed. For historians, Capone's years behind bars offer a stark contrast to his glory days. In less than a decade, he went from ruling Chicago's underworld to being a frail, diminished man with little grasp of reality. His decline was as dramatic as his rise, a cautionary tale about the fleeting nature of power built on crime. To the public, however, the story of Capone in prison carried a sense of justice. After years of violence, corruption, and terror, the gangster who had once mocked the law now sat broken behind bars. Even if it was disease as much as punishment that brought him down, the symbolism was powerful. The empire of Al Capone had finally crumbled. By the time he left Alcatraz, Al Capone was no longer the untouchable king of Chicago. He was a sick, diminished man, remembered less for the wealth he had amassed than for the fall that followed. When Al Capone walked out of prison in November 1939, he was no longer the man who had once ruled Chicago. Prison, combined with the ravages of syphilis, had transformed him from the powerful and feared gangster into a fragile shadow of himself. Though technically free, he was far from victorious. His health was failing, his mind slipping, and his empire gone. The law had finally broken the untouchable, Scarface. After his release, Capone traveled to Baltimore, Maryland, where he checked into Union Memorial Hospital for treatment. The disease had progressed to the point of neurosyphilis, severely impairing his brain. Doctors treated him with the limited remedies available at the time, but it was too late for meaningful recovery. His wife, May Capone, and his devoted family took charge of his care, shielding him from the public as much as possible. Despite his diminished state, Capone remained a figure of public fascination. Reporters tracked his every move, eager to capture a glimpse of the fallen gangster. Yet what they saw was not the feared mob boss, but a confused man, often childlike in demeanor, struggling to recognize even those closest to him. For a man once feared as a ruthless kingpin, the contrast was heartbreaking. After a brief stay in Baltimore, Capone's family moved him to his luxurious Palm Island estate in Miami, Florida. It was a sprawling property with a mansion, private dock, and lush gardens, one of the many indulgent purchases he had made during his heyday. There, Capone lived out his final years, surrounded by his wife, son, and a few close relatives. But this was no return to glory. Capone spent much of his time fishing in the warm Florida waters, wandering the grounds, or sitting quietly in the sun. His conversations were often disjointed, his memory unreliable. At times, he believed he was still in control of his Chicago empire, issuing orders that no one followed. At other times, he reverted to childlike behavior, playing with his grandchildren or speaking in confused fragments. By the early 1940s, doctors estimated that his mental capacity had declined to that of a 12-year-old child. The once brilliant strategist who outmaneuvered law enforcement and rivals alike could no longer comprehend the world around him. His decline was a stark reminder of the consequences of untreated disease and the fragility of power. Meanwhile, the world moved on. Prohibition had ended in 1933, long before Capone left prison, and organized crime had evolved into new ventures, from labor racketeering to narcotics. The Chicago outfit, once his creation, carried on under new leadership. They prospered without him, adapting to the changing underworld. Capone, who had once been its towering figurehead, was now irrelevant, a relic of a violent era. Though he was mostly isolated in Florida, rumors about Capone persisted. Some claimed he was still secretly involved in organized crime, pulling strings from behind the scenes. Others whispered that his fortune was hidden in secret accounts or buried caches of cash. In truth, Capone was incapable of managing any such affairs. Whatever wealth he had left was controlled by his family, who focused on caring for him rather than maintaining criminal ties. Capone's health continued to deteriorate. Years of untreated syphilis had weakened his body as much as his mind. He suffered strokes, infections, and complications that left him increasingly frail. Despite his family's efforts, there was little that could be done medically. In January 1947, Capone contracted pneumonia, which further weakened him. Shortly after, he suffered a massive stroke. Though he briefly rallied, his condition worsened, and on January 25, 1947, Al Capone died at the age of 48. The official cause of death was cardiac arrest, a final blow delivered after years of illness. His death marked the end of one of the most infamous lives in American history. News of Capone's passing spread quickly, with newspapers across the country publishing front-page obituaries. Some described him as a ruthless killer who had poisoned Chicago with violence and corruption. Others painted him as a tragic figure, a man brought down not by bullets, but by disease and his own arrogance. Capone's funeral was relatively modest compared to his flamboyant life. Held in Chicago, it was attended primarily by family and close friends. Unlike the lavish send-offs given to other mobsters, Capone's farewell reflected his diminished state. The once feared gangster who had commanded armies of men was laid to rest quietly, without the grand displays of power he had once embodied. He was buried in Mount Olivet Cemetery in Chicago, later moved to Mount Carmel Cemetery alongside other members of his family. In the years following his death, Al Capone's legacy became a mixture of myth, legend, and history. Hollywood films, novels, and documentaries would portray him as both a ruthless villain and a charismatic anti-hero. His name became synonymous with organized crime, and his story a cautionary tale about the rise and fall of power during Prohibition. Yet those who had known him in his final years remembered not the swaggering gangster, but the broken man in Florida, confused, childlike, and far removed from the empire he once ruled. His decline was as dramatic as his rise, a reminder that no one, no matter how powerful, could escape the consequences of time, disease, and justice. In the end, Al Capone's life was a paradox. He had risen from the streets of Brooklyn to command an empire worth millions. He had outwitted police, manipulated politicians, and turned Prohibition into a gold mine. But he had also brought untold suffering, corruption, and bloodshed. His power crumbled not through gang wars or assassinations, but through prison walls and a disease he ignored until it consumed him. Capone's Palm Island estate in Florida still stands today, a silent monument to his final years of decline. For visitors, it serves as a reminder of both his wealth and his fall. The man who once ruled Chicago died far from his empire, surrounded not by gangsters, but by family members caring for a man who barely resembled the legend he had become. When Al Capone died in 1947, the empire he had once commanded was no longer his. In truth, Capone had lost control of the Chicago outfit long before his death, first to prison and then to illness. Yet his absence did not mean the end of the organization. The outfit was bigger than Capone himself and under new leadership. It not only survived, but evolved into one of the most enduring crime syndicates in American history. The Chicago outfit had never been a one-man operation. Even at the height of Capone's reign, his power rested on a network of lieutenants, enforcers, and financial brains who managed various parts of the empire. Gambling, bootlegging, labor racketeering, and later narcotics were too vast for one man to oversee alone. When Capone was taken down in 1931, the structure remained intact, ready for someone else to step in. That someone was Frank, the enforcer, Nitti. Nitti had long been Capone's trusted lieutenant, handling much of the day-to-day business. Unlike Capone, he was not flamboyant. He preferred working behind the scenes, quietly pulling strings. After Capone's imprisonment, Nitti became the de facto head of the outfit, though he ruled more as a manager than a warlord. Nitti's leadership marked a shift in strategy. With Prohibition repealed in 1933, bootlegging was no longer profitable. The outfit pivoted into other areas. Gambling operations expanded, extortion rackets grew, and control over labor unions became a central source of power. By infiltrating unions, particularly in industries like trucking, construction, and entertainment, the outfit could exert enormous influence over both legitimate businesses and the underworld. Yet Nitti's reign was not without challenges. In the early 1940s, federal prosecutors launched investigations into the outfit's infiltration of Hollywood labor unions. Facing the possibility of prison, Nitti, already struggling with poor health and depression, chose suicide over incarceration. In 1943, he shot himself, leaving the outfit to be reorganized once again. After Nitti's death, leadership fell to Paul, the waiter, Ricca and Tony, Joe Batters, Accardo. Unlike Capone, neither man sought the limelight. They preferred to keep the outfit in the shadows, quietly building power without attracting the same level of publicity. This approach proved effective, allowing the outfit to thrive while avoiding the kind of attention that had destroyed Capone. Ricca and Ricardo expanded the outfit's reach far beyond Chicago. They invested in Las Vegas casinos, ensuring that Chicago had a stake in the booming gambling industry of the post-war era. They also strengthened ties with the national Mafia network, particularly after the formation of the Commission, a governing body that allowed the country's major crime families to resolve disputes and share power. While Capone had ruled through fear and charisma, the new leaders relied on subtlety and business acumen. Violence was still part of the outfit's arsenal, but it was used strategically, not flamboyantly. This allowed the syndicate to endure decade after decade, far outlasting the era of Tommy guns and gangland massacres. By the 1950s and 1960s, the outfit had become one of the most sophisticated, organized crime groups in America. They controlled casinos, skimmed profits from Las Vegas, and maintained influence in politics and unions. Their power was less visible than in Capone's time, but in many ways, it was more entrenched. Ordinary Chicagoans might not see machine gun battles in the streets anymore, but the outfit's hand touched their daily lives through labor racketeering, gambling, and corruption. Capone's personal downfall had also taught the outfit an important lesson: avoid public attention. Capone's flashy lifestyle and willingness to court the press had made him a household name, but it had also made him a target. Future leaders of the outfit lived more quietly, blending into suburban neighborhoods, dressing conservatively, and avoiding unnecessary headlines. This strategy helped the organization evade the kind of federal crackdowns that had brought down Scarface. Still, the legacy of Capone loomed large. For the public, his name remained synonymous with the outfit, even long after his death. Hollywood films and crime novels immortalized his story, often exaggerating his role and overshadowing the quieter but equally powerful figures who followed. In truth, while Capone may have built the empire, men like Ricca, Ricardo, and later Sam Giancana ensured it survived well into the modern era. Sam Giancana, who rose to prominence in the 1950s, brought the outfit back into the spotlight. Charismatic and ambitious, Giancana allegedly forged connections with politicians, entertainers, and even intelligence agencies during the Cold War. Rumors swirled about his links to the CIA, particularly during plots to assassinate Cuban leader Fidel Castro. Under Giancana, the outfit once again became a major player on the national stage, blending crime, politics, and espionage. Through all these changes, Capone's shadow lingered. His reign during Prohibition had set the template for organized crime in America, combining brute force with business savvy, corruption with political influence. The outfit, after him, learned from both his successes and his mistakes. They embraced his model of centralized control, but avoided the flamboyance that had drawn the wrath of the government. Even as decades passed, Capone's name remained the outfit's most famous brand. Law enforcement, journalists, and the public continued to associate the Chicago mob with the Scarface legend. tourists flocked to Chicago, hoping to glimpse sites connected to him, while historians debated his true role in shaping organized crime. For better or worse, Capone had become the face of the outfit, even if others had done just as much, or more, to ensure its survival. By the time the federal government launched major investigations into organized crime in the 1950s, through Senate hearings led by Estes Kefauver, Capone had been dead for years. Yet senators invoked his name repeatedly as the symbol of everything wrong with the underworld. The outfit's leaders, quietly running gambling and racketeering schemes, must have appreciated the irony. The man who had once brought them so much attention was now shielding them from it, his legend distracting from their own ongoing operations. In the broader history of American organized crime, the Chicago outfit after Capone represents a story of adaptation. While other gangs rose and fell, torn apart by violence or swallowed by law enforcement, the outfit endured. It learned to shift its operations with the times, investing in new industries, infiltrating unions, and moving into narcotics when gambling profits declined. The foundation Capone built, bootlegging networks, political corruption, and centralized control, gave the outfit its backbone. But it was the leaders who followed him, men less famous, but perhaps more strategic, who ensured its survival. Without Capone, there would have been no outfit. Without the outfit, Capone's empire would have crumbled the moment he went to prison. Together, they formed a legacy that stretched well beyond his death. Today, historians still debate Capone's true place in the history of organized crime. Was he the genius who built the outfit, or simply the figurehead who gave it a face? The answer lies somewhere in between. He was both the symbol and the catalyst. And while the outfit outgrew him, it never outgrew his shadow. In the end, the Chicago outfit after Capone proved that his empire was not built on personality alone. It was built on systems, corruption, fear, and profit that could outlast any one man. Capone may have been the most famous gangster in American history, but the outfit he left behind became his true legacy. Al Capone was not the first gangster in America, and he certainly wasn't the last. Yet no other figure in organized crime has captured the imagination of the public quite like him. Decades after his death, his name continues to surface in films, novels, television shows, video games, and music. His legacy is more than just the story of one man. It is the story of how American culture transformed a violent criminal into a legend, a myth, and even, for some, a folk hero. The cultural fascination with Capone began while he was still alive. In the 1920s and early 1930s, newspapers eagerly reported on his activities, often with a mix of horror and fascination. Headlines called him the Big Shot of Chicago, the Beer Baron, and of course, Scarface. The public devoured stories about his wealth, his parties, his generosity to the poor, and his ruthless acts of violence. While law enforcement saw him as a menace, many ordinary citizens viewed him as a larger-than-life character who symbolized both the excess and the rebellion of the Prohibition era. Hollywood was quick to capitalize on this public fascination. In 1932, only a year after Capone was convicted of tax evasion, director Howard Hawks released the film Scarface. Loosely based on Capone's life, the movie told the story of Tony Camonte, an ambitious gangster who rises to power in Chicago during Prohibition. The parallels to Capone were unmistakable. The bootlegging empire, the violent rivalries, and the ruthless ambition. Censors at the time worried the film glorified crime, but its gritty realism struck a chord with audiences. To this day, Scarface, 1932, is considered one of the greatest gangster films ever made. Ironically, Capone himself reportedly enjoyed the movie. According to accounts, he owned a personal copy and had it screened privately for his friends. If true, this detail captures the essence of Capone's cultural legacy. He understood that his life had become entertainment for the masses, a story that blended fact and fiction until they were almost inseparable. The gangster genre flourished after Capone's fall. Films like Little Caesar and The Public Enemy drew inspiration from his exploits, even when they didn't name him directly. Capone became the archetype of the American gangster, the charismatic, violent kingpin who rose from nothing to rule a city. For decades, filmmakers would return to this archetype, creating characters that owed much to the shadow of Scarface. The fascination extended beyond cinema. In literature, journalists and authors wrote biographies, exposes, and sensationalized accounts of his life. Some portrayed him as a monster, while others cast him as a tragic figure, undone by his own hubris. Capone's story was retold in pulp magazines, history books, and even children's tales that warned about the dangers of crime. Each retelling added new layers to the myth, sometimes stretching the truth, but always feeding the legend. By the time television became a dominant medium in the 1950s, Capone's image had already been cemented in the public mind. Shows like The Untouchables dramatized the battle between Capone's outfit and Eliot Ness's federal agents. Week after week, audiences tuned in to watch Ness bring down the mob, with Capone portrayed as the ultimate villain. Though the show took liberties with history, it reinforced the idea of Capone as the face of organized crime, a man larger than life, forever locked in battle with the forces of justice. The myth only grew in later decades. In the 1980s, Scarface was reimagined in a new form. Director Brian De Palma and writer Oliver Stone released Scarface, 1983, starring Al Pacino as Tony Montana, a Cuban immigrant who builds a cocaine empire in Miami. Though not about Capone directly, the film was a spiritual successor to the 1932 classic and an homage to the gangster archetype Capone had inspired. Tony Montana, with his fiery ambition, violent methods, and tragic downfall, was another echo of Capone's legacy. The film became a cultural phenomenon, influencing fashion, music, and even slang. Rap artists in particular embraced the imagery of Scarface as a symbol of ambition, power, and survival against the odds. Music, too, embraced Capone's image. From jazz in the 1930s to hip-hop in the 1990s and beyond, his name appeared in countless songs. For some artists, Capone symbolized rebellion against authority. For others, he represented the corrupting allure of money and power. Either way, his story transcended history and became metaphor. To invoke Capone was to invoke the idea of ruling against the rules, of building an empire in defiance of the system. Even video games joined in the myth-making. Titles like Mafia, the Godfather series, and L.A. Noir all drew inspiration from Capone's era. While not all referenced him by name, the imagery of fedoras, Tommy guns, and speakeasies was inseparable from his world. Gamers relived the Prohibition era underworld, walking in the shoes of characters who were, in many ways, Capone's fictional descendants. Yet the myth of Capone is not without controversy. Some argue that the endless retellings romanticize a man who was, at his core, a ruthless criminal. Capone ordered murders, extorted businesses, and corrupted entire institutions. To portray him as a folk hero risks obscuring the suffering he caused. Critics note that Hollywood's fascination with gangsters often blurs the line between villain and anti-hero, turning real criminals into icons of style and rebellion. At the same time, Capone's story has become a lens through which America examines itself. His rise during Prohibition highlights the unintended consequences of government policies. His wealth and influence show the limits of law enforcement when corruption runs deep. His downfall through tax evasion, rather than murder, underscores the complexity of justice in a democratic society. In this way, Capone's life is not just a gangster tale, but a reflection of American contradictions. Freedom and law, ambition and corruption, fame and infamy. Today, nearly a century after the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, Capone remains a household name. His likeness appears on posters, T-shirts, and souvenirs. Tourists in Chicago visit sites connected to him, from the Lexington hotels, where he once lived, to the city streets that ran red during his wars. He is both a historical figure and a pop culture icon, forever straddling the line between man and myth. In the end, Capone's cultural legacy is as enduring as his criminal empire once was. He has been immortalized, not just for what he did, but for what he came to represent. The gangster as an American archetype. His story has been told and retold in countless forms, each generation reshaping it to reflect its own anxieties, ambitions, and dreams. For some, he is a cautionary tale of crime and punishment. For others, he is a symbol of defiance and power. But for all, he is unforgettable. Scarface may have died in 1947, but in the imagination of America and the world, he lives on. The rise of Al Capone and his empire was inseparable from one of the most ambitious social experiments in American history, Prohibition. When the 18th Amendment went into effect in 1920, it outlawed the manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcoholic beverages. Supporters believed it would reduce crime, strengthen families, and improve public health. Instead, it created a vast black market for alcohol, and with it, a golden age for organized crime. Capone was not the only gangster to profit from this new reality, but he became its most famous symbol. His empire thrived because Americans still wanted to drink. Speakeasies flourished in every city. Bootleggers smuggled liquor across borders, and corrupt police officers looked the other way. Chicago became the epicenter of this underground economy, and Capone turned it into a multi-million-dollar business. The irony of Prohibition was clear. a law intended to reduce crime instead made it explode. Gangs like Capone's fought bloody wars over territory. Politicians and law enforcement officials were bribed, bought, or threatened. Entire neighborhoods became battlegrounds, with machine guns rattling in the night. The sane Valentine's Day Massacre in 1929 was the most infamous example, a vivid demonstration of how far the violence had spiraled. Public opinion began to shift. At first, many Americans had supported Prohibition, seeing it as a moral cause. But as the years dragged on, resentment grew. The ban on alcohol had not eliminated drinking. It had only driven it underground. Respectable citizens who would never have considered breaking the law found themselves sipping cocktails in secret clubs. Hypocrisy spread like wildfire. Judges, politicians, and even police officers who enforced Prohibition by day often drank by night. The Great Depression, which began in 1929, accelerated the push for change. With millions of Americans out of work and government revenues collapsing, the economic argument against Prohibition became undeniable. Legal alcohol could provide jobs, stimulate industries, and generate desperately needed tax revenue. Meanwhile, enforcing Prohibition drained money the government could no longer afford to spend. By the early 1930s, momentum was building to repeal the law. Newspapers ran editorials calling for the return of legal alcohol. Prominent politicians, once staunch supporters of the temperance movement, began to change their stance. Even some law enforcement officials admitted that Prohibition was unenforceable. For Capone, these changing tides were both a blessing and a curse. On the one hand, his immense wealth had been built on Prohibition. Without it, his empire would not have existed. On the other hand, the repeal movement took attention away from the moral debates that had fueled his rise. Instead of seeing him as a folk hero defying an unpopular law, the public increasingly saw him as a violent criminal who had exploited the system. In 1931, 2 years before Prohibition ended, Capone was convicted of tax evasion and sentenced to 11 years in prison. He never lived to see the repeal of the 18th Amendment. But in many ways, his downfall symbolized the end of an era. Capone's reign had shown the futility of enforcing a law that millions of Americans were determined to break. His empire was both the product of Prohibition and one of the forces that helped bring it down. On December 5, 1933, the 21st Amendment was ratified, repealing Prohibition and restoring the legal sale of alcohol. Across the country, celebrations broke out. Bars reopened, breweries fired up their machines, and the liquor industry was reborn. After 13 turbulent years, America had admitted that the noble experiment had failed. The end of Prohibition reshaped organized crime in America. Bootlegging was no longer profitable. So gangs like the Chicago Outfit turned to other rackets: gambling, labor racketeering, extortion, narcotics, and later, Las Vegas casinos. The violence of the 1920s did not disappear, but it shifted into new forms. Capone's successors were more discreet, less flamboyant, and more strategic. They had learned from his mistakes. Flashy headlines and bloody massacres only brought unwanted attention. For American society, the repeal of Prohibition was more than just a policy change. It was a reckoning with the limits of government power. Prohibition had shown that laws disconnected from public will are nearly impossible to enforce. It had also revealed the dangers of moral absolutism in politics. The attempt to legislate virtue had instead fueled corruption and violence on an unprecedented scale. Capone's story fits neatly into this larger narrative. He was not the cause of Prohibition's failure, but he was its most visible consequence. His rise demonstrated how quickly organized crime could adapt to fill a demand the law had tried to erase. His fall underscored the government's desperation to restore order, even if it meant prosecuting him for taxes instead of murder. The cultural legacy of Prohibition remains tied to Capone. Films, books, and documentaries often use his empire as the definitive example of the era. The image of gangsters in fedoras, sipping whiskey in smoke-filled speakeasies while plotting their next move is inseparable from the myth of Scarface. In reality, Prohibition was less glamorous, filled with corruption, hypocrisy, and blood. But through Capone, the story became larger than life. Today, debates about government regulation, personal freedom, and black markets often evoke comparisons to Prohibition. Whether the issue is drugs, gambling, or other forms of vice, Capone's name inevitably surfaces as a reminder of what happens when demand outpaces legality. He remains a cautionary tale, not just about crime, but about the unintended consequences of well-meaning laws. In the end, Prohibition failed because it tried to change human behavior through force rather than persuasion. Capone succeeded because he understood that people's desires, whether for alcohol, money, or power, are stronger than laws. When those desires collide with morality-driven legislation, crime finds fertile ground. The repeal of Prohibition closed the chapter on the age of bootleggers, but it left behind a new landscape where organized crime had already taken root. Capone's empire may have crumbled, but the seeds it planted continued to grow. The outfit and other syndicates thrived in the decades that followed, diversifying their interests and embedding themselves deeper into American life. For historians, the end of Prohibition and the fall of Capone are forever linked. His empire was both the child of the 18th Amendment and one of the nails in its coffin. Without Prohibition, there might have been no Scarface. Without Scarface, America might not have realized so quickly how unworkable Prohibition truly was. As fireworks lit up the skies on that December night in 1933, ordinary Americans toasted the return of legal drinking. Few thought about the gangsters who had profited from the old system. Yet in Chicago, the shadow of Al Capone lingered, a reminder of how one man had embodied the contradictions of an era. Prohibition had promised morality, but delivered violence. Capone had promised rebellion, but delivered fear. In the end, both were undone, leaving behind a legacy that continues to shape the American imagination. By the time Al Capone entered prison in 1931, the larger-than-life gangster who had dominated Chicago's underworld was already beginning to unravel. The man who had once commanded an empire of bootleggers, speakeasies, and killers now faced a different kind of battle, one that had nothing to do with guns or gang wars. It was a slow, relentless battle against his own body and mind. For years, Capone had carried a secret illness, syphilis. Like many men of his time, he had contracted the disease in his youth, most likely from a brothel in Brooklyn or Chicago. Left untreated, syphilis could progress silently for years before wreaking havoc on the nervous system. In Capone's case, the symptoms would eventually rob him of his sharpness, his authority, and even his sanity. At first, the illness was invisible. When Capone stood trial for tax evasion in 1931, he still projected confidence. He wore custom, tailored suits, flashed smiles at reporters, and seemed unshaken by the charges. But behind the polished image, his health was faltering. Doctors later estimated that, by his early 30s, the disease had already begun attacking his brain. Capone was sentenced to 11 years in federal prison. He began his term at the U.S. Penitentiary in Atlanta. Unlike state jails, Atlanta was stricter and less corrupt, but Capone still tried to exert influence. Guards reported that he attempted to bribe staff and manipulate conditions to his advantage, yet his illness made prison life more difficult. He suffered from bouts of irritability, fatigue, and confusion. The government, determined to prevent Capone from living comfortably behind bars, eventually transferred him to the newly built Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary in San Francisco Bay, opened in 1934. Alcatraz was designed to hold the nation's most dangerous and high-profile inmates. Its isolation, strict discipline, and harsh conditions earned it the nickname, The Rock. For Capone, Alcatraz was a crushing blow. Here, his money and influence meant nothing. Guards enforced strict rules. Communication with the outside world was limited. For a man accustomed to commanding armies of men and buying loyalty with cash, the loss of control was devastating. His health continued to deteriorate. By the late 1930s, Capone's mental decline was obvious. Prison doctors diagnosed him with neurosyphilis, the advanced stage of the disease that damages the brain. He became forgetful, paranoid, and sometimes childlike. Fellow inmates mocked him, calling him the wop with the mop when he was assigned menial chores. Once feared as Scarface, he was now pitied as a broken man. In 1939, after serving about 7 years, Capone was released early for good behavior and because of his failing health. By then, he was no longer the notorious gangster who had terrified Chicago. He was, in the words of one physician, suffering from the mentality of a 12-year-old child. Capone returned to his estate in Palm Island, Florida. The luxurious mansion, surrounded by palm trees and the blue waters of Biscayne Bay, was a far cry from the cold concrete of Alcatraz. But his life there was not one of triumph. He was cared for by his wife, May, and a small circle of family members. His once brilliant mind was slipping further into dementia. Neighbors in Miami occasionally caught glimpses of the fallen gangster. He wandered the grounds of his estate in a bathrobe, sometimes fishing from the dock, other times talking to himself. He believed he was still in charge, giving nonsensical orders to imaginary henchmen. At times, he seemed unaware that his empire was gone. Doctors tried treatments available at the time, including mercury injections, but they offered little relief. Neurosyphilis was incurable by then, and antibiotics like penicillin, which could have saved him, were not widely available until the 1940s, long after his condition had advanced beyond hope. The once mighty Scarface had become a tragic figure. The newspapers that had once splashed his name across headlines now reported his decline with a mix of fascination and pity. He was no longer the feared crime lord of Chicago, but a shell of a man, living out his days in confusion and weakness. Capone's family guarded his privacy fiercely, trying to protect what dignity he had left. His wife, May, remained loyal, caring for him until the end. His son, Albert, Sonny, Capone, lived a quiet life away from the spotlight, rarely speaking publicly about his father. For them, Capone was not the mythic gangster of legend, but a husband and father broken by disease. On January 25, 1947, Capone died of a stroke and pneumonia, complications related to his long illness. He was only 48 years old. The news made headlines worldwide. Crowds gathered at his funeral in Chicago, where he was buried alongside his family. Even in death, Scarface drew attention. Some mourned him, some cheered, and many simply marveled at the strange, tragic arc of his life. The irony of Capone's decline was not lost on observers. Here was a man who had once defied the law, commanded an empire, and made himself nearly untouchable, brought down not by bullets, but by an illness he had ignored. His violent empire had been fueled by alcohol, corruption, and blood, but his downfall came from within, silent and unstoppable. Historians often point to Capone's decline as the ultimate symbol of his legacy. His criminal empire outlived him, evolving into the Chicago outfit that would dominate organized crime for decades. His name became immortal in films, books, and songs. But the man himself ended in obscurity and sickness, reduced to a shadow of his former self. In some ways, his decline humanized him. The myth of Scarface was all power, violence, and excess. The reality was frailty, suffering, and mortality. He was no longer a gangster king, but a sick man clinging to life. For those who saw him in his final years, it was a reminder that even the most feared men cannot escape time, disease, or fate. Capone's tragic final chapter also reinforced his place in American culture. The image of the once mighty crime lord, undone not by rivals or lawmen, but by illness, added depth to the myth. It transformed him from a mere villain into a tragic figure, a man destroyed by his own choices and circumstances. As the years passed, his Palm Island estate fell into disrepair, a haunting relic of his last days. It stood as a symbol of his decline, a mansion that had once hosted gangsters and celebrities, now echoing with silence. In the end, it was not bullets or prison walls that defined Al Capone's last years, but the quiet tragedy of a mind and body slowly slipping away. When Al Capone was released from prison in 1939, he returned not to the bustling streets of Chicago, but to the quiet, sunlit shores of Palm Island, Florida. The once feared crime boss was a shell of his former self. His mind, ravaged by neurosyphilis, no longer carried the sharpness that had made him a formidable leader. His health was fragile, his empire gone, and his days of power finished. What remained was a tragic decline, played out under the watchful eyes of his family and the curious gaze of the public. Capone's Palm Island mansion was a grand estate purchased during his peak years of wealth. Surrounded by lush palm trees with sweeping views of Biscayne Bay, it was intended as a retreat, a symbol of triumph. In the 1930s, it had been a place for lavish parties where gangsters and celebrities mingled. By the 1940s, it was a sanctuary for a man who had lost almost everything. Upon his return, Capone was greeted by his wife, May Capone, who had stood by him through the trials, imprisonment, and disgrace. May, a devout Catholic and a private woman, had endured the chaos of her husband's reign silently. In Florida, she took on the role of caretaker, managing his declining health and shielding him from public humiliation. To those who knew her, May embodied loyalty, love, and sacrifice. She had married a man who would become one of the most infamous criminals in history, and she stayed with him until the end. Their only son, Albert Francis, Sonny Capone, also lived nearby. Unlike his father, Sonny avoided the spotlight. He struggled with the burden of carrying the Capone name, often facing whispers, judgment, and suspicion. Yet he tried to lead a normal life, distancing himself from crime and raising his own family quietly. To Sonny, his father was not the legendary Scarface, but simply a broken man who needed compassion. Capone's days in Florida were marked by confusion, routine, and decline. He wandered the grounds of his estate in slippers or a bathrobe, fishing from the dock or sitting by the water. Sometimes, neighbors reported seeing him speak to people who weren't there, lost in hallucinations and memories of a past he no longer fully grasped. At times, he seemed to believe he was still running the outfit, giving nonsensical orders to imaginary associates. Doctors visited often, but there was little they could do. Treatments for neurosyphilis were ineffective by the time Capone's disease had advanced so far. His condition worsened year after year, reducing him to a childlike state. By the mid-1940s, his mental capacity was estimated to be that of a 12-year-old. Despite his decline, Capone's presence in Miami stirred controversy. City officials resented having the infamous gangster living in their midst. They feared his name would tarnish the city's reputation as a tourist destination. But Capone was no longer a threat. The once mighty Scarface, who had controlled Chicago through fear and bloodshed, was now little more than a recluse, guarded by family and servants. Inside the Palm Island estate, life moved slowly. May kept the household functioning, overseeing staff and ensuring her husband's needs were met. Meals were prepared carefully, though Capone's appetite often fluctuated. He enjoyed music, especially the sounds of big band and jazz, which reminded him of his glory days in Chicago. Occasionally, he would sit at the piano, fumbling through simple melodies, though his ability to play had diminished. Visitors were few, but those who came away spoke of the tragic contrast. Here was Al Capone, the man who had once dined with politicians, bribed judges, and ordered massacres, reduced to childlike innocence. He was polite, even sweet at times, offering guests cigars or asking about the weather. The ferocity was gone, replaced by confusion and fragility. The world outside, however, never forgot him. Journalists continued to write about Capone, and the myth of Scarface grew even as the man himself withered away. Reporters speculated about his health, his wealth, and his influence, though in truth, he had little left. The outfit had long moved on, run by quieter, shrewder men who avoided his mistakes. To them, Capone was history. On January 21st, 1947, Capone suffered a massive stroke. 4 days later, on January 25, he died of pneumonia, a complication from his weakened state. He was only 48 years old. The news spread rapidly across the nation. Newspapers announced his death with bold headlines, and radio broadcasts interrupted programming to share the story. His funeral was held in Chicago, drawing crowds of mourners, gawkers, and reporters. Some came out of genuine respect. Others came simply to witness the end of an era. Capone was buried at Mount Olivet Cemetery, and later his remains were moved to Mount Carmel Cemetery, alongside his father and brother. For his family, his death brought both relief and sorrow. May had lost the man she had devoted her life to, despite his flaws and sins. Sonny had lost a father he barely knew outside of sickness. For Chicago, his passing marked the final chapter of a legend that had haunted the city for decades. Yet death did not end the fascination. If anything, it intensified it. Capone's fall, from the king of Chicago to a sick, confused recluse in Florida, became part of the mythology. He was remembered not only as the gangster who ruled Prohibition, but also as the tragic figure undone by disease. The image of Scarface fishing quietly in his backyard contrasted sharply with the machine gun violence of his past, giving his story a Shakespearean sense of irony. The Palm Island mansion itself became a symbol of this decline. For years after Capone's death, it stood as a reminder of his final chapter. Tourists would pass by on boats, pointing to the estate where the most feared gangster in America had lived out his last days. Eventually, the house changed hands many times, falling into disrepair before being restored. But its association with Capone never faded. In many ways, his final years in Florida humanized him. To the public, he had always been Scarface, the ruthless mob boss, the untouchable kingpin. But in the end, he was also a husband, a father, and a man destroyed by illness. The legend remained larger than life, but the reality was fragile, vulnerable, and deeply human. The aftermath of his death also left questions about his legacy. Was Capone a folk hero, a villain, or a victim of his times? His story embodied the contradictions of America during Prohibition, the clash between law and desire, morality and money, order and chaos. His downfall in Florida closed that story with a quiet, almost anticlimactic end. For May and Sonny, life after Capone was defined by privacy. They avoided the spotlight, living quietly and refusing to cash in on his notoriety. May never remarried, and Sonny changed his name to escape his father's shadow. To them, Capone was not a myth but a memory, complicated and painful. And so, Al Capone's final years in Florida remain a powerful reminder of how even the most feared men are not immune to time, illness, and mortality. His Palm Island retreat, once a palace of power, became his prison. His empire, once vast and terrifying, slipped away. and the man who had once ruled Chicago with bullets and bribes died not in battle, but in isolation, remembered as both a monster and a man. By the early 1930s, it was clear that Prohibition, the noble experiment meant to cleanse America of alcohol, was failing miserably. Instead of eliminating liquor, the nationwide ban had fueled corruption, gang wars, and an underground economy so vast that it dwarfed legitimate businesses. In many ways, men like Al Capone were the living proof of Prohibition's unintended consequences. They thrived because the law had created demand that only criminals were willing to supply. When Prohibition officially ended with the ratification of the 21st Amendment in December 1933, it changed the landscape of organized crime forever. The very foundation of bootlegging, the smuggling, production, and distribution of alcohol, was erased overnight. But the mob did not disappear. Instead, it adapted. Prohibition had taught the underworld how to operate like a corporation with supply chains, territories, enforcement units, and even public relations strategies. These lessons would be carried into new ventures, transforming organized crime into something far larger and more enduring. The repeal was celebrated across the country. Breweries reopened, bars operated openly, and millions of Americans toasted to the return of legal drinking. Yet, for the gangs that had controlled the liquor trade, the repeal posed a question: what next? For some, it meant decline and irrelevance. For others, it was an opportunity to diversify and expand. In Chicago, the outfit, once dominated by Capone, shifted gears. With bootlegging gone, the mob focused on other profitable rackets: gambling, prostitution, extortion, and labor racketeering. Illegal gambling became a particularly lucrative field. Horse racing, dice games, and card parlors thrived under mob control. Bookmakers extended credit, collected debts, and funneled profits into syndicates that grew wealthier than ever. The end of Prohibition also marked the beginning of a new frontier for organized crime: Las Vegas. At the time, Las Vegas was a dusty town in Nevada with legalized gambling but little infrastructure. In the 1940s and 1950s, mobsters saw its potential as a playground for tourists seeking thrills. Syndicate money, often hidden through front men, financed the construction of glamorous casinos like the Flamingo. Behind the glittering lights, mob bosses skimmed profits, laundered money, and established Vegas as their new empire. This transformation reflected a broader truth. Organized crime had become institutionalized. During Prohibition, mobsters had learned to work with politicians, police officers, and businessmen. Bribery, corruption, and alliances were not just survival tactics. They were strategies for long-term success. After repeal, those connections remained in place, giving the underworld access to legitimate power structures. The national scope of organized crime also grew. What had begun as regional gangs fighting over bootleg territories evolved into a nationwide syndicate. Leaders like Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lansky, and Frank Costello helped create a network of cooperation across state lines. The Commission, formed in the 1930s, functioned as a governing body for the Mafia, resolving disputes and dividing territories. Capone's Chicago outfit had been one of the earliest examples of a structured crime organization, but now the model extended nationwide. Meanwhile, public perception of organized crime shifted as well. During Prohibition, figures like Capone had been seen by some as folk heroes, rebels against an unpopular law. But after repeal, the public mood changed. With legal alcohol back on the shelves, mob violence seemed less glamorous and more sinister. Organized crime was no longer supplying something people felt entitled to. It was preying on society through extortion, drug trafficking, and exploitation. Law enforcement also adapted. The federal government, emboldened by its success in convicting Capone for tax evasion, developed more sophisticated tools for targeting criminal enterprises. The FBI under J. Edgar Hoover expanded surveillance and intelligence gathering. Though Hoover initially resisted acknowledging the Mafia's existence, pressure mounted in the 1940s and 1950s as organized crime expanded into gambling, narcotics, and unions. One of the clearest legacies of Prohibition was the creation of the mob's financial empire. Bootlegging profits had been astronomical, and much of that money was reinvested in legitimate businesses. Laundromats, construction firms, trucking companies, and even restaurants were funded with illicit gains. This blending of legal and illegal enterprises made organized crime harder to combat. A mobster could be both a respected businessman and a ruthless enforcer, depending on which side of his life you looked at. Las Vegas, of course, became the crown jewel of this transformation. In 1946, mobster Benjamin Bugsy Siegel opened the Flamingo Hotel with mob financing. Though Siegel's life ended violently, the vision he pioneered, turning Las Vegas into a glamorous casino capital, endured. The city became a hub where organized crime could operate in plain sight, cloaked in the glitz of neon lights and the lure of entertainment. Millions of tourists spent money there without realizing they were funding syndicates that traced their roots back to Prohibition. The repeal of Prohibition also changed the way criminals operated socially. During the bootlegging years, violence had been the tool of survival, the saint. Valentine's Day Massacre in 1929 symbolized the extreme brutality of those years. After repeal, the mob shifted from open warfare to quieter forms of control. Violence was still used, but it was strategic and often hidden. Corruption, influence, and subtle intimidation became more effective tools than machine guns in the street. The legacy of Prohibition lingered, though. Even after its repeal, the idea that organized crime could infiltrate mainstream society remained a central theme in American culture. Movies, books, and songs continued to romanticize the gangster image, drawing from the larger-than-life figures of the 1920s. Capone's shadow loomed long after his death, a reminder of how one man's rise was tied so closely to a failed national experiment. It is also worth noting that not all organized crime faded into the background. The 1930s and 1940s saw the rise of narcotics trafficking, which would later become one of the mob's most profitable and controversial enterprises. Just as Prohibition had created demand for alcohol, the global trade in heroin and cocaine created new opportunities for criminal syndicates. Again, the lessons learned during bootlegging, supply chains, smuggling routes, bribery, proved invaluable. By the time the mid-20th century arrived, organized crime had outgrown the chaotic, violent model of the Prohibition era. It was no longer just about gangsters with Tommy guns. It was about empires with accountants, lawyers, and international connections. The mob had become, in many ways, a shadow government, shaping economies, influencing politics, and leaving an indelible mark on American society. In hindsight, the end of Prohibition was both a victory and a turning point. It marked the failure of a misguided social experiment, restoring freedom to millions of Americans. But it also ensured that the criminal empires born in those years would not simply disappear. They adapted, evolved, and expanded, leaving a legacy that stretched far beyond the speakeasies of the 1920s. The story of Al Capone and the St. Valentine's Day massacre may have been rooted in Prohibition, but the ripple effects extended for decades. The repeal ended one chapter, but opened the door to another, one where organized crime traded bootleg liquor for casinos, narcotics, and political influence. The world of Scarface had died, but its lessons lived on in the syndicates that followed. On the morning of February 14, 1929, 7 men lay dead inside a Chicago garage. Machine guns had torn through them in a brutal execution that would forever be remembered as the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. The crime shocked the nation, and though Al Capone was never formally convicted for it, the massacre became a turning point, not only in public perception of organized crime, but also in the way law enforcement operated in America. Before the massacre, gangland killings were frequent, but they often remained localized stories. Newspapers covered them, and Chicagoans lived with the violence as part of daily life. But the St. Valentine's Day massacre was different. The sheer brutality, the use of Thompson submachine guns, the deception involving fake police uniforms, and the cold precision of the killings made it feel like something out of a war zone. It wasn't just a gang fight. It was a massacre in the heart of a major American city. The public reaction was immediate and intense. Citizens across the country began questioning whether their police forces and local governments were capable of handling such powerful criminal organizations. Chicago, in particular, was branded as a city of lawlessness and corruption. Politicians, clergy, and community leaders demanded action. Suddenly, organized crime was no longer just a nuisance. It was seen as a threat to the very fabric of American society. One of the most significant outcomes of the massacre was the pressure it placed on law enforcement reform. Local police departments had long struggled with corruption. Many officers were either bribed or intimidated by mobsters, making them ineffective against organizations like Capone's outfit. The massacre highlighted the inadequacy of relying solely on local police to tackle national-level crime. This failure opened the door for a stronger federal role in policing, though the Bureau of Investigation, later renamed the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, existed at the time, it was still a relatively small and underdeveloped agency. The massacre and the wider violence of the Prohibition era underscored the need for a centralized, professional force that could investigate crimes across state lines. The 1930s saw a dramatic expansion of federal law enforcement. The FBI, under J. Edgar Hoover, began modernizing its methods. Fingerprinting, ballistics testing, centralized crime labs, and more rigorous record keeping were introduced. These scientific approaches were, in part, inspired by the inability of local police to solve crimes like the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Though the shooters were never definitively brought to justice, the push for forensic and investigative advancement was one of the massacre's long-term legacies. The massacre also influenced gun control debates. The image of mobsters wielding Thompson submachine guns shocked the public. The Tommy gun became a symbol of gangster violence, and many questioned how such military-grade weapons were so easily obtained. In response, Congress passed the National Firearms Act of 1934, which regulated machine guns and other firearms associated with organized crime. While the massacre was not the sole reason for the law, it was one of the most high-profile incidents that made regulation politically viable. For the FBI, the massacre became a cautionary tale. At the time, Hoover had resisted acknowledging the Mafia as a national threat, but as organized crime expanded beyond Prohibition, the FBI could no longer ignore it. Cases like the massacre were used as examples of what happened when crime syndicates operated unchecked. By the late 1930s and 1940s, the FBI began taking a more active role in investigating organized crime, setting the stage for the Kefauver hearings of the 1950s and the eventual crackdown on the Mafia in the decades that followed. Another significant impact of the massacre was on public perception. Before 1929, many Americans saw bootleggers and gangsters as folk heroes. They were men who supplied alcohol during a time when the government tried to take it away. Movies, songs, and tabloid stories glamorized them, but the massacre shifted that perception. The image of innocent men riddled with bullets in broad daylight was harder to romanticize. Gangsters were no longer rebels against an unpopular law. They were killers who endangered society. This shift in public opinion put pressure on politicians. In the years following the massacre, both local and federal leaders vowed to take stronger action against organized crime. Prosecutors like George E.Q. Johnson and agents like Eliot Ness became household names as they pursued Capone and his associates, though Ness's Untouchables played only a limited role in Capone's eventual tax conviction. The mythology around them reflected the desire for incorruptible lawmen in an era of widespread corruption. The massacre also had ripple effects within organized crime itself. It was a warning to other gangs about the dangers of open warfare. The extreme violence drew unwanted attention, making it harder for mobsters to operate quietly. In the years that followed, organized crime leaders began favoring less public methods of control. Violence was still used, but it was more targeted, more discreet. The massacre, in a sense, taught the mob a lesson. Too much bloodshed in public could bring the full weight of the government crashing down. From a historical perspective, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre is often seen as the event that symbolized the failure of Prohibition. If the goal of the 18th Amendment had been to create a more moral society, The massacre showed the opposite effect. Instead of peace, Prohibition had unleashed chaos. Instead of reducing crime, it had empowered criminals to levels never seen before. By the time Prohibition ended in 1933, the massacre stood as Exhibit A in the argument that the law had backfired. The cultural memory of the massacre also endured. Newspapers published graphic photographs of the victims, which were shocking for the time. Those images became some of the most iconic crime scene photos in American history. They appeared in magazines, history books, and later in films. Hollywood, always fascinated by gangsters, drew inspiration from the massacre for countless depictions of mob violence. From the 1930s gangster films to later classics like The Untouchables, a 1987, The Sateen. Valentine's Day Massacre became a permanent fixture in the mythology of organized crime. Yet, for all its notoriety, the case itself remained unsolved in the strictest sense. Suspects were named, Capone's enforcers, rival gangsters, and even out-of-town hitmen. But no one was ever definitively convicted for the killings. This fact only deepened the sense of lawlessness, making the massacre an enduring symbol of both mob ruthlessness and law enforcement's limitations at the time. In the decades that followed, the massacre was cited repeatedly in discussions of law enforcement reform, organized crime policy, and public safety. It was used to justify stronger federal policing, stricter gun laws, and harsher sentences for criminal conspiracies. In many ways, its legacy extended far beyond Chicago, shaping national policies that continue to this day. Ultimately, the sane Valentine's Day Massacre was more than just a gangland hit. It was a turning point that forced America to confront the consequences of organized crime, corruption, and ineffective law enforcement. It transformed the fight against crime from a local issue into a national priority, and it left behind an indelible scar on the nation's history, a reminder of what happens when the underworld grows too powerful. When Al Capone died in 1947, his reign as Chicago's most feared gangster had long ended, but his legend had only just begun. In the decades that followed, Capone's name became shorthand for organized crime itself. His face, round, confident, often with a smirk beneath a fedora, was etched into the American imagination. Scarface had transcended history to become myth, and that myth lived on through Hollywood films, literature, and popular culture. From the very start, Capone fascinated the public because he seemed larger than life. He was violent, yet charismatic. He was feared, yet oddly admired. He broke the law, yet lived like royalty. This duality made him irresistible to storytellers. They saw in Capone a perfect antihero, a man whose rise and fall reflected both the allure and the dangers of unchecked ambition. The first major cultural response to Capone's life came during his own era. In 1932, the film Scarface, directed by Howard Hawks and produced by Howard Hughes, was released. Though heavily fictionalized, it was directly inspired by Capone. The film told the story of Tony Camonte, a brash immigrant who rose to power through bootlegging and violence. Audiences recognized the parallels immediately. Capone himself reportedly attended a screening and laughed throughout, amused at the portrayal of his world. Yet the movie cemented his influence. Capone had not only shaped crime in America, but had also reshaped its entertainment. The character of Scarface would resurface decades later in Brian De Palma's 1983 remake, with Al Pacino portraying Tony Montana. While Montana's story revolved around drugs in Miami rather than bootlegging in Chicago, the DNA of Capone was still there. The immigrant outsider who builds an empire through ruthlessness, only to be undone by excess. The film became a cult classic, influencing music, fashion, and even street culture. Scarface had become more than a man. He was an archetype of power, greed, and downfall. Literature, too, embraced the Capone myth. Journalists, biographers, and novelists turned him into a subject of endless fascination. Early biographies painted him as both villain and folk hero, often exaggerating details to feed the public's appetite for sensationalism. Over time, more serious historians attempted to separate fact from myth, uncovering the complexities of his life. But even the most rigorous accounts could not escape the aura of Capone's legend. His name sold books, magazines, and later, television documentaries. Hollywood continued to mine Capone's story throughout the 20th century. Films like The Untouchables 1987, starring Robert De Niro as Capone, dramatized his battles with Eliot, Ness, and federal agents. De Niro's portrayal, complete with Capone's bulk, charm, and sudden bursts of violence, captured the contradictions of the man. The film introduced Capone to a new generation, cementing his place as the quintessential gangster in American cinema. Capone also influenced television. Crime dramas, from The Sopranos to Boardwalk Empire, drew inspiration from his world. HBO's Boardwalk Empire even featured a young Al Capone as a character, chronicling his rise from a low-level thug to Chicago's most powerful mob boss. The series highlighted how Capone's story was not just about one man, but about the birth of organized crime in America. In popular culture, Capone became a symbol. His name appeared in songs, comic books, and even video games. Rappers referenced him as a symbol of power and dominance. Comedians used his image as shorthand for the gangster. Even in marketing, his likeness appeared, sometimes sanitized, sometimes exaggerated, because people instantly recognized the face of Scarface. But why Capone? Why did he, out of all gangsters, become the one remembered most vividly? The answer lies in timing, personality, and myth-making. Capone rose during Prohibition, when Americans were already questioning the morality of their government's laws. He became both a villain and a provider, offering illegal liquor at a time when millions wanted it. He embodied both rebellion and corruption, making him a symbol of the era's contradictions. His personality also played a role. Unlike other mobsters who kept to the shadows, Capone courted publicity. He gave interviews, posed for photos, and cultivated a larger-than-life persona. He wore flashy suits, hosted lavish parties, and donated to charities. The newspapers couldn't get enough of him, and neither could the public. In a sense, Capone was one of America's first celebrity criminals. Infamous, but oddly magnetic, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre added to his legend. Though it horrified the nation, it also solidified his reputation as ruthless and untouchable. The massacre became one of the most iconic images of organized crime, often recreated in films and documentaries. It symbolized the extreme violence of the gangster era, and Capone's shadow loomed over it, even if he never faced direct charges. In literature, Capone's legacy also fed into the archetype of the gangster novel. Writers like Mario Puzo, The Godfather, drew from real-life mobsters like Capone when creating fictional crime families. Though the Corleones were Italian, American, and operated in New York, their story mirrored Capone's arc: ambition, violence, and the struggle between family loyalty and criminal empire. The Godfather saga, in turn, influenced how audiences saw organized crime, not just as thugs with guns, but as complex figures straddling family and business. Over time, Capone became both more human and more mythic. Historians revealed his struggles, his declining health, his syphilis, his final years spent in confusion. These details stripped away some of the glamour, reminding the world that Scarface died not in a blaze of glory, but as a broken man in Florida. Yet even this tragic ending added to his myth, giving his story a Shakespearean quality of rise and fall. In America's cultural memory, Capone became more than just a gangster. He became a symbol of power's corrupting influence, of ambition unchecked, and of the thin line between folk hero and villain. His name became a metaphor. Politicians accused of corruption were sometimes called Little Capones. In classrooms, his story was taught not just as history, but as a lesson in law, morality, and the dangers of excess. Globally, Capone's image traveled far beyond Chicago. In Europe, Latin America, and Asia, he became the face of the American gangster. His story was translated into countless languages, his films exported worldwide. Even people who knew little about Prohibition recognized the name Al Capone. His myth had become universal, a cautionary tale wrapped in allure. And so, more than 75 years after his death, Capone lives on. He exists in the frames of movies, in the pages of novels, in the lyrics of songs, and in the minds of anyone who thinks of the word gangster. He is both history and legend, both man and myth. Scarface may have been undone by time and disease, but the myth of Al Capone remains untouchable. When Al Capone was sent to prison for tax evasion in 1931, the empire he had built in Chicago didn't collapse. It adapted. The Chicago outfit, as it came to be called, was bigger than one man. Though Capone had been its most visible face, the organization was a web of gamblers, bootleggers, extortionists, and corrupt officials who ensured that the machinery of crime kept running. After Capone's downfall, the outfit quietly transformed itself, becoming less flamboyant but more sophisticated. Its survival and growth showed that organized crime in Chicago had moved beyond personalities and had become an institution. The man who initially stepped into Capone's shadow was Frank, the enforcer. Nitti had long been one of Capone's trusted lieutenants, overseeing operations such as bootlegging and later expanding into labor racketeering. Unlike Capone, Nitti didn't enjoy the spotlight. He preferred to operate from the background, managing the outfit with caution. Nitti was pragmatic. He understood that attracting too much attention from the press and the police, as Capone had done, was bad for business. Under Nitty's leadership, the outfit began diversifying. With Prohibition ending in 1933, the illegal alcohol trade that had made Capone rich was no longer profitable. But the mob adapted quickly, shifting its focus to gambling, prostitution, labor unions, and later narcotics. Nitty recognized that infiltrating legitimate industries through union control could provide steady revenue and shield the outfit from law enforcement. Construction, trucking, and the entertainment industry became ripe targets for extortion and manipulation. Nitty's tenure was not without challenges. In 1943, during a federal crackdown on mob infiltration of labor unions, Nitty was indicted alongside several top outfit members. Facing prison and suffering from ill health, Nitty chose not to fight. Instead, he walked into a rail yard in Chicago and ended his life with a revolver. His death marked the end of one chapter, but the outfit was far from finished. After Nitty's suicide, leadership shifted to Paul, the waiter Ricca, an Italian immigrant who had risen quietly through the ranks, was the polar opposite of Capone. Where Capone thrived on attention, Ricca was discreet, preferring to avoid the headlines. His quiet demeanor earned him the nickname, the waiter. But behind that unassuming exterior was a sharp strategist. Ricca steered the outfit into an era of stability, ensuring its survival during wartime America. Ricca was eventually imprisoned for labor racketeering, but continued to influence the outfit from behind bars. During this period, another figure rose to prominence, Tony Joe Batters Accardo, a former hitman for Capone. Accardo evolved into one of the most influential bosses in Chicago's mob history. Unlike Capone, Accardo understood that staying alive and free required avoiding the limelight. He was ruthless when needed but maintained a low profile, often described as the man who never spent a day in jail. Under Accardo, the outfit reached new levels of power. Gambling operations flourished, stretching beyond Chicago into the suburbs and even into Las Vegas. Accardo was instrumental in the outfit's involvement with the burgeoning casino industry in Nevada. By investing in casinos and skimming profits, the outfit tapped into a gold mine that would fuel its operations for decades. Unlike Capone's chaotic reign, Accardo's leadership was marked by discipline and efficiency. By the 1950s, the outfit had become not just a local crime syndicate, but a national player. It developed connections with other Mafia families across the United States, forming part of the broader American Mafia network. This network allowed Chicago to expand its influence far beyond Illinois, with tentacles reaching into Hollywood, the labor unions, and even politics. The next major figure to emerge was Sam Giancana, a man whose flamboyance brought echoes of Capone's public persona. Giancana rose through the outfit's gambling operations and eventually became boss in the mid-1950s. Unlike Ricca and Accardo, Giancana enjoyed the spotlight. He dressed stylishly, mingled with celebrities, and even struck up a romance with pop star Phyllis, Maguire of the Maguire sisters. His ties to Hollywood gave him a glamorous aura that recalled Capone's larger-than-life image. but Giancana's ambitions went far beyond Chicago. During the Cold War, he reportedly worked with the CIA on covert operations, including attempts to assassinate Cuban leader Fidel Castro. These alleged ties between organized crime and the U.S. government highlighted just how deeply entrenched the outfit had become in American power structures. At the same time, Giancana's reign brought renewed attention from law enforcement and the media, destabilizing the careful discretion Ricca and Accardo had cultivated. Giancana's high profile ultimately contributed to his downfall. By the mid-1960s, the FBI had increased surveillance on organized crime, and internal outfit rivalries began to surface. Giancana fled the country for several years, but returned in the 1970s, only to be murdered in his own home in 1975. His death was widely believed to be an outfit-ordered hit, a reminder that, in the mob, flamboyance was often a fatal flaw. Despite these leadership changes, the outfit endured. From Nitti to Ricca, Accardo, and Giancana, each boss adapted to the challenges of the time. The outfit shifted from bootlegging to gambling, from unions to casinos, from local rackets to international schemes. The empire that Capone had built on Prohibition survived long after the law that made it possible was repealed. The Chicago outfit's ability to evolve is perhaps its most remarkable trait. While Capone's name became legend, the organization he helped build became a quiet, enduring reality. Unlike New York's Mafia families, which often fought public wars with each other, the outfit prided itself on efficiency and unity. Its leaders understood the dangers of attracting too much attention, and after Capone, they rarely repeated his mistakes. By the 1960s, the outfit was firmly established as one of the most powerful criminal syndicates in America. Its influence stretched from Chicago's neighborhoods to Las Vegas casinos, from Hollywood backlots to labor unions across the Midwest. While the FBI and federal prosecutors eventually cracked down, the outfit's legacy as a sophisticated, adaptable criminal empire was secure. The story of the Chicago outfit, after Capone, is a story of survival. It is a reminder that while individuals may rise and fall, institutions endure. Capone may have been the face of Chicago's underworld, but it was men like Ricca, Accardo, and Giancana who ensured its future. They learned from Capone's mistakes, refined his methods, and turned the outfit into something larger than Scarface himself, lasting symbol of organized crime in America. Al Capone's story ended in 1947 when the once feared Scarface died quietly in his Florida estate, ravaged by syphilis and mental decline. Yet his influence did not end with his death. In truth, Capone never really left. His shadow stretched across decades, shaping not only the history of organized crime, but also America's cultural imagination. Even now, nearly a century after the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, Capone remains one of the most recognizable names in crime history. His legacy lives in law, media, politics, and the myths America tells about power, ambition, and corruption. At its heart, Capone's legacy is a paradox. He was both a criminal and a cultural icon, a man who terrorized Chicago, yet became romanticized as a folk hero. To law enforcement, he symbolized the dangers of unchecked organized crime. to the public. He often appeared as a rebellious figure who defied unpopular laws and lived life without restraint. That tension between villain and folk hero is what made him unforgettable. One part of Capone's lasting impact is on American law enforcement. His conviction for tax evasion marked a turning point in the fight against organized crime. Unable to pin him down for bootlegging, racketeering, or murder, the federal government used financial laws to bring him down. This strategy became a blueprint for later prosecutions of mobsters. Decades later, tax evasion charges were used against other criminals who seemed untouchable, proving that paperwork could succeed where bullets and raids had failed. Capone's downfall reshaped how the FBI, IRS, and federal prosecutors approached organized crime, laying the foundation for future crackdowns on the Mafia. Capone also left an indelible mark on Chicago's identity. To this day, his name is linked with the city. Tourists flock to Chicago for gangster tours, walking the same streets where Capone once ruled. Restaurants, bars, and even souvenir shops capitalize on the Scarface image, selling everything from Capone cigars to mobster cocktails. While Chicago has evolved far beyond the Prohibition era, the city remains inextricably tied to Capone's story, for better or worse. For some, he symbolizes shame, a reminder of corruption, violence, and bloodshed. For others, he is a symbol of the city's grit, resilience, and larger-than-life character. The myth of Scarface also influenced how America views criminals in general. Before Capone, gangsters were often seen as shadowy figures operating in secrecy. After Capone, the gangster became a public spectacle. Newspapers, Hollywood, and popular culture transformed mobsters into characters who were at once terrifying and fascinating. Capone's charisma, his taste for luxury, and his boldness in dealing with reporters helped create the template for the modern celebrity criminal. In many ways, he was one of America's first anti-heroes, a man admired as much as he was feared. Hollywood cemented this myth. The original Scarface in 1932 and its 1983 reimagining with Al Pacino ensured that the nickname Scarface would outlive Capone himself. Robert De Niro's chilling portrayal of Capone in The Untouchables gave yet another generation a vivid image of the mobster. Even in fictional works like The Godfather or Goodfellas, echoes of Capone can be found. The ruthless boss, the loyal but dangerous henchman, the struggle between family loyalty and business ambition. Capone may not appear in every story, but his influence underpins nearly all gangster narratives. Capone's legacy also endures in music and street culture. From jazz in his own time to hip-hop decades later, Capone's name became shorthand for power and swagger. Rappers frequently referenced him as the ultimate symbol of domination, using his image as both warning and inspiration. His face, fedora tilted just right, remains an icon, instantly recognizable, instantly associated with crime, ambition, and fearlessness. Yet beneath the myth lies the reality of his brutality. Capone's empire was built on violence, extortion, and bloodshed. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre, where 7 men were gunned down in cold blood, remains one of the darkest moments in American crime history. Families destroyed, businesses ruined, and neighborhoods terrorized. These were the real consequences of Capone's rise. Remembering Capone means remembering those victims, too, and acknowledging that his wealth and fame came at an enormous human cost. Another aspect of Capone's enduring influence is the lesson his story provides about ambition and downfall. Capone rose higher than almost any gangster before him, building a multi-million-dollar empire and living like a king. Yet he fell just as dramatically, undone not by rival bullets, but by disease, prison, and the relentless pursuit of the law. His life became a morality tale, a modern American tragedy that warned of the perils of unchecked greed and arrogance. Capone's fate reinforced the idea that no one, no matter how powerful, is truly untouchable. On a broader level, Capone symbolizes America's struggle with morality and vice. Prohibition, the law that made him rich, was itself a product of moral reform. Yet its failure revealed the complexities of trying to legislate morality. Millions of Americans broke the law by drinking, and Capone profited from their defiance. In this way, his story is as much about the contradictions of American society as it is about one man. He thrived because people wanted what he sold, and because corruption allowed him to operate. His story forces us to confront uncomfortable truths. Crime cannot thrive without demand, and corruption often runs deeper than we want to admit. Even globally, Capone's legacy endures. In countries far from Chicago, his name is synonymous with gangster. From Europe to Asia to Latin America, when people picture the American mobster, they often picture Al Capone. He has become a universal figure, transcending time and geography, representing the dangers and allure of organized crime. As historians and filmmakers continue to revisit his life, Capone remains both history and legend. Scholars dig into court records, financial ledgers, and old newspaper clippings to reveal the truth about his empire. Filmmakers and authors, meanwhile, continue to dramatize his story, ensuring that each generation sees Capone anew, sometimes as a monster, sometimes as a tragic anti-hero, but always as unforgettable. And so, the story of Al Capone never truly ends. He was more than just a gangster. He was a symbol of an era. His rise reflected the failures of Prohibition. His power reflected the reach of corruption, and his fall reflected the triumph of law and order, however delayed it might have been. In the end, Al Capone's enduring legacy is this: he became the face of organized crime in America, the man whose name still echoes whenever we talk about gangsters, crime empires, or the Prohibition era. Scarface died in 1947, but Al Capone, the legend, lives on, in history books, in films, in songs, in the streets of Chicago, and in the collective imagination of the world.